Oh, what's up, everybody? Yes, I do have. I have a new starting screen. I have new mid screen, and I have a new ending screen. But speaking of, I forgot to swap out the ending screen. That really. What do you guys think? Any thoughts? I thought they were. The ending screen, especially chat, very pretty. I like it a lot. Holly of the Puddle, what is your system? Yeah, unfortunately, the Lawli is not here yet. She is late. Very Japanese woodcut inspired. That was the idea. Chat rise water now. Yep. I get to hide behind it. I was trying to use the overlay here for the main gaming, but here I'll show you guys really quick. It doesn't work out as well. Right, so this is kind of the. I gotta keep it there. Or that. Whichever. So I always have a problem with gaming screens, right? Because I want to show the game entirety, and I want to show the chat, and I want to like have a big me on screen. But it's always hard to like get it to work. And originally what I was gonna do, we were gonna have this here, but then if I want this here, I have to like way up. Like I have to be like way up here. And then you can't see chat at all. And then also the Torii gate kind of fucks with my So I was gonna try this. I don't think it would work very well. I think it hides too much of me, honestly. Oh, wrong button. But I think we gotta go with this. I might chat down to the waves at some point. I'll think about it. But I think for now, chat behind me is fine. Gaming screens are never ideal. Oh, also, where is it? I have an extra one. I also have, in case I just need more space for gaming, I have this. You can kind of see around the edges there, but I'm not 100% sure when I would use one, but I asked for it just. I always like a lawyer to be late. Yeah. But Eva shall be here soon-ish, hopefully. Oop. Until then, I had a short one you could maybe watch. Not this one. This one's kind of long. So this is one I had sent to Eva the other day, and I thought was quite funny. So kind of the tilde here before we get into it is this guy is a sovereign citizen. For those of you who don't know, sovereign citizens are people that think that the laws of the country they're in don't apply to them, and they are basically like a person unto themselves. And this guy has been in multiple cases prior. We are currently not on his actual case, whatever he did. In this video, we are on his contempt charges for being a dickhead in front of the judge. And surprisingly, like some random ass lawyer who's in the courtroom is like, wait, judge, let me talk to him. And the judge, like, actually talks him down, or the lawyer actually talks him down from his sovereign citizen nonsense, and he almost gets away with it. Almost. He's so close. Also, I'm gonna pop this here. OBS has been kind of annoying today. But let's go.
I'm not threatening you. Say one more word and that's 30 days. 30 days.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to Sovereign Citizens Hall of Fame with your boy TP. Today we are courtroom hopping back into the courtroom of Judge Sean Perkins out of the state of Michigan. This is going to be our third day in a row sitting in on one of Judge Perkins' older proceedings dealing with defendant Jamil Lockhart. If you don't remember who Jamil Lockhart is, or if this is your first time ever hearing of Mr. Jamil Lockhart,
yeah, chat. So there are certain judges which typically circulate in kind of the lawyer video genre, and some of it is because they're some of the few judges that have their stuff live streamed consistently, so that's a reason. And another one is because they are, to some degree, like have personality quirks that people like. So typically if you watch like a lot of lawyer videos or a lot of courtroom proceedings, you're gonna see about the same like 5 judges rotated around. Up there, Saba. Hi.
Hello.
You wanna join the Beach Whip Studio?
Yes. There we go.
Awesome.
I was
Eva, do
already
you
awake. I was actually getting groceries, guys, and then yes.
have you
so
seen
I
my
had
new
to
background?
use one of those Walmart carts, like I'm a fat person, because my ankle's all messed up. Like that.
Ava got to sit in the what you call it, the little zoomy.
The little mobility cart thing, and yeah, it's really fast because of my weight.
You know.
Wait, there were other people in there, and of course they were all, normal weight for people who are using those things, and they were going like twice as slow. I'm like, oh, those poor bearings, those poor gears.
To be fair, they're not necessarily meant for fat people. Fat people are supposed to be walking so they can lose some weight. Supposed
That's
to be
true.
for people with mobility problems.
For those asking, I rolled my ankle pretty bad earlier this week. I might have a hairline fracture on it.
That's rough, buddy.
Shut up, Zuko.
So I figured we would start with this case I sent you really earlier about the sovereign citizen that almost
Okay,
gets
good,
away
good.
with it.
That's the good one. Yeah, good. I was hoping that we would react to this one.
Did you watch it when I sent it to you?
No, that's why I watched part of it,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, this is too good to not, like, I can't react. I can't pre-watch this.
Yeah, I assumed then you didn't get to the part where he fucks himself. He's almost away with
No,
it,
I
and then
didn't.
he's like, I just have to shoot myself in the
I got to
foot.
about the part where the lawyer comes in, and he's like, hey, I think I can talk him down, and the judge lets him.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I got, so I don't see where it all hits the fan.
I was kind of surprised by that, actually, that this random lawyer in the courtroom is just like, hey, judge, let me help him out.
With lawyers, there's an obligation to us when we see somebody struggling like that. Well, they need representation. That needs to happen. And so it's part of why Owens, during the Sarah Boone trial, despite her going through 8 freaking court-appointed attorneys, Owens came in when she didn't have representation anymore, and she was going to go pro se, and they're like, look, I can't in good faith, knowing what I know and what I'm obligated to do as an officer of the court, I can't let her just do this by herself. So I'm going to take on this case, not because I want to, but because I feel it's the morally just thing to do, rather than let some idiot try and represent themselves on stand.
Fair. But chat, I think you guys will enjoy this one as it kind of kind of falls apart. This is not the first one I've seen like this though, where a lawyer stepped in about halfway through and was like, "Hey judge, I gotta help them," and then the person just fucked it up anyways.
Check this
I mean,
out.
that's kind of the funny thing here, because I could have sworn, like, when I saw the lawyer, okay, well, then they've got this. Okay, cool. No, apparently, even with the lawyer's help, you managed to fuck yourself.
Yep.
Is this COVID era?
Yes,
looks
this is an
very
older
COVID era.
case.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And the context I gave chat, which I don't know if you got it, is this is not this guy's actual case. This is a secondary case where he is in for contempt. They have not gotten back to his.
Gotcha.
They have not gotten back to his regular case yet because he has been dodging his contempt for a full year now.
Okay, wow, yeah, this is, yeah, okay, let's fucking do this. Jesus.
So I cannot. I'm asking you a very specific question, and it is this a criminal jurisdiction under common law, or is it a criminal jurisdiction under military tribunal?
Listen, it's let's move on to the next person.
Sir, please answer.
Oh, pause, just real quick, I love... But, what he asks, is this common law or is this a military tribunal? And the fucking judge just go, we're gonna move on.
Yeah. What are you supposed to say to that? It's like, do you know what a court is? Question mark.
Oh, Jesus.
Like,
Yeah,
no.
it's a pseudo-intellectual thinking, he knows. Yeah, neither is the answer to your question.
Well, because it's part of like the sovereign citizen playbook where they're under
it always
maritime law, and it's like, no, that's what.
Yeah, and it's funny, someone versed in maritime law, none of them use it right.
Yeah.
Literally not a single, I've never seen a single sovereign citizen employ, utilize, or cite maritime law accurately.
It's because they don't know what it is.
No, they don't. They have no fucking clue.
They're just kind of winging it and hoping it works.
You'll leave me no choice but to hold you in contempt. I'm asking you a specific question. You're just.
I do not wish to be held in contempt. I am trying to exercise my Sixth Amendment right. I can show you Constitution is.
So this is something I have to say, because I always think it's super funny, is sovereign citizens always pull this thing where we're under, like, a police state, where, like, nothing you say matters and the government just strips your rights away randomly. But then they show up to court and they think they can say, I don't consent, and that just suddenly wipes it away.
And they try and stand on their rights, though. Well, here's the thing, like, sovereign citizens do not, like, and I'm going off of their words, okay? That they're pretty much flat earthers. They'll say whatever they need to fit their needs at the time, but generally speaking, sovereign citizens do not recognize the jurisdiction or authority of any federal or local county court, doesn't matter. Anything involving the United States. So for him to cite the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Sixth Amendment specifically, when you don't believe yourself as under the authority of that Constitution, is just fucking rich. You can't say I'm a sovereign citizen, also protect my Sixth Amendment right in the same sentence. You can't. It's an oxymoron.
It's so funny to me. Mine is always just the whole police state thing, and then they're like, I can say I don't consent, and it works. Like, especially with, like, police body cam footage.
Everybody in America will be fully and very aware when we enter a police state. If that ever happens, there will be no ifs, ands, or buts across both parties. We will all universally agree, this is bad, this is a police state. The fact that you only have some people thinking that this is means it's not.
Yeah.
exercise of a constitutional right cannot be converted into a crime, sir.
As you can see, Jamil Lockhart absolutely has his sovereign citizen head on. Sometimes he could be a handful, but guess what? I got some news for you guys. Many of you were saying in the comments, what happened with this case? Are there any updates on this case? Remember, I told you in the beginning it was going to be 3 appearances by Mr. Lockhart, but guess what? I found another appearance, and it seems to be the last time Mr. Lockhart appeared before Judge Sean Perkins. So that's going to be added to this video. So this is actually going to be a 2 appearance video, and we'll talk more about that situation at the end of this video. So with that being said, guys,
by the way, real quick, what's the name of this guy, this dude doing the coverage?
He's
doing pretty decent. I
just Sovereign Citizens.
Sovereign Citizen HOF. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
I don't normally watch this channel because honestly, most of the time, Sovereign Citizens get on my nerves to watch in court. Like, sometimes they're funny, but a lot of times it's just like, running in circles.
This isn't just a Sovereign Citizen. A lawyer stepped in, almost saved this dude, and the dude fucking wrote it. So, like, this definitely meets the criteria. Like, if this was just a Sovereign Citizen video, I'd probably like, let's not watch this.
Yeah. Chat, that's the 2 big things I don't like in court proceedings, is I don't like Sovereign Citizens because typically they just run in circles and it ends up more frustrating than it does funny. Because you're sitting here, you're thinking like, okay, this dude's an idiot, but we've wasted like 5 hours of court time on this dude just running in circles today alone. Not to mention however many bullshit filings he's put in.
The only interesting Sovereign Citizen cases I've ever seen entirely depends on the judge. If the judge is willing to humor the Sovereign Citizen and like add in some of his own like pointing at the ridiculousness in a humorous way, then it's a decent video. But most of the time, the judge is just aggravated. He doesn't want to be there. Everything's really annoying. Yeah, it just generally speaking, Sovereign Citizen cases are they're slogfest.
Yeah. And then the other one I don't like is Family Law, because Family Law typically has a child in the middle, and it gets very depressing.
Yeah, there's a reason why I don't practice anymore.
Yeah, I'm here on behalf of the defendant, Jamil Lockhart, and you're making a special appearance.
All right, well, you gotta make your special appearance to the Wayne County Jail. I told you that the last time.
Yeah, so...
I love that.
Sorry, I bleed back too far from my microphone with that laugh, but that was a top tier fucking comeback. Well, you have to fucking make your appearance at the county jail, motherfucker.
I love that. It's such a good, like, just retort.
Yeah, it is. That's a perfect, like, no, this is the only thing you have to do.
Make it a special appearance. Well, you better special appear your ass down at the jail.
Oh, man.
Cases, because I don't believe that this court is capable of acting in an unbiased way. But I mean, there's been no response from the city, but to this point, I mean, just the last court date we had, perjury was committed. I mean, you guys put on the record that I failed. And I spoke to you.
You did fail to show up to the Wayne County Jail. You were ordered to do 30 days in the Wayne County Jail. You haven't showed up. You still haven't showed up. So you still disobeying. Let's not do this. This is how it started the last time. You're still disobeying the court's order, and you have to do 30 days. You have to present yourself to the Wayne County Jail. You have a warrant out for your arrest, and before we go over this other stuff, you got to go. You have to go to the Wayne County Jail. All right?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So
I said what
I can increase the time if you can take to not be compliant.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the proceedings. May I have a breakout room with this litigant, please, and thank you.
I don't know if he wants to speak to a lawyer, but he can. He has that right to do so. You want to speak to the lawyer, Mr. Lockhart, or no?
Oh yeah, sure.
Miss Harris, what's gonna go what's gonna go with Mr. Lockhart? So I don't know why he's still sitting here.
Well, Your
My
Honor,
man.
if the court will allow, we would like to attempt resolution of the matters that are on the docket. So I would ask if the court could stay the contempt proceedings and allow him to handle these matters.
No. It's been well over a year.
Nope, it's well over a year. Okay, now I'm interested. How many months?
Yeah, I'm
He said well over. So,
Yeah.
like, for a judge to say that, that could be like a year and 3 or 4 months. Like, that's usually what well over means.
Yeah. So, like,
So yeah, this is like a year and a half is.
you gotta understand, like, why the judge is frustrated with this. Because this is a guy that has been ignoring his orders for over a year at this point. And this lawyer's like, hey, judge, we want to do a resolution. And he's like, no, fuck no, bro. The resolution is you get your ass to jail. That's the resolution. Oh, also, sorry, chat, I'm gonna mute the music in the background. Make sure there's no overlap.
Jody T198 says, do you also have a large bookshelf of legal texts that you had to read to get your bar exam? So I had a lot of legal documents and legal books that I read, collections of case logs, stuff like that. But no, unlike most lawyers, I don't have this weird random ass fucking bookshelf behind my desk just full of legal documents. Like, it's a weird thing that lawyers like to do. I don't do that.
Makes you look
All
smart.
my shit's on my fucking hard drive in PDF form.
Yeah. Like, these days, there's really no excuse for that, bro. You can just have a Kindle.
Yeah.
Like, see, that's the thing, because I've
Bro,
seen
you
it.
just need a Kindle.
I've seen it with, like, some younger lawyers who are like, it makes me look really smart. And it's like, you know what would make you look smarter? Not having an entire section of your room dedicated to
Like,
books.
people don't realize this, but lawyering has a lot to do with pageantry.
Yeah.
There's a lot involved with being a lawyer. And that desk full.
Oh, Ava died. Look how perfectly she freezes,
When
chat.
it comes to a lawyer that wants to participate. Am I freeze? Am I frozen?
Talking about pageantry.
Of course I did.
Now, I feel like you could make yourself seem smarter to a client if your client's like, where's the big bookshelf? It's like, oh, we don't do that anymore. That wasted a lot of time and money. We just have Kindles now. It's on my iPad.
Actually, honestly, like, where's all your bookshelves? And the lawyer leans in and with some right in the eye, it's all in my head. Don't you worry about it. We got you. Like, oh my god, I'm a little intimidated right now. You should be. Law is a scary thing. Like, oh my god.
You have a bookshelf for anime figurines? I actually have some of mine in my computer tower. I thought it made them look pretty.
Oh, that's cool. I don't have any anime figurines, guys. I'm sorry. I only have the Pipkin Peppa that my manager sent me.
Oh, that's nice. Speaking of, I don't know if I'm supposed to
I
talk
gave it
about
to
it
my
or not.
child.
But have you seen the cards?
I have. They're so. Oh, dude, I can't wait to see them. Like in hand.
I have my pack. He has sent them to me.
Do you?
I do.
Oh, lucky motherfucker.
I was thinking of seeing if I could put them in a what do you call it? One of those picture frames where you just have like multiple things side by side. But I have to find a good one.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right now that he put them all in card sleeves for me, so they're fine for now.
Cool.
They're much smaller than like most cards though. Like maybe
Oh, so they're like a miniature deck of playing cards?
yeah, they're about the size of like a credit card.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not like super mini.
Yeah, that sounds like
they're smaller.
No, they're not mini. Those are like the ones you would get at a like a gas station. They're not full size playing cards, but they're not mini either.
Yeah. They're not regulation size for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Turn himself in, and we'll deal with it that way.
Your Honor, if the court could, just in the interest of justice and judicial economy, if he could resolve these matters, if he's still going to have to do the 30 days in Wayne County Jail, if at time of sentencing, it could all be wrapped up together just to not further delay his constitutional right to speedy trial?
He's delayed his rights. He's delayed his rights.
He's delayed his rights.
Yeah, so I think that is a horrible first step for this lawyer, which she probably should have thought that one through a bit better. After she heard him literally say he has delayed this for over a year now. And she's like, well, he has a right to a speedy trial. It's like, yeah, that's his fucking fault. He's been dodging service. What are you talking about? I feel like if you're actually going to argue for this guy, that's probably a misstep that kind of upsets the judge a little bit.
And I do have
Probably
a
just a
resolution,
bit.
Your Honor.
No, I don't want to. I'm not even going to entertain it. We're
you
that
see,
ship
dear-
has sailed. We tried to give him that opportunity a long time ago. He kept being contemptuous in the court. He comes with these far out legal theories that he has that I quite frankly, don't know where he's coming from on that. No, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna even entertain that. With it.
He just said, look, this guy is coming at me with legal theories so out there, I'm not sure what planet we're on right now.
Yeah, and he's like, I am not dealing with this shit, bro. We're done. We are past this.
If he still has to do the 30 days Wayne County Jail, but I think that he was potentially misguided, did not understand the finer points of the law, court rules, and courtroom behavior and procedure. So now that he has the assistance of counsel, which I'm not saying that he didn't have the assistance of counsel before, if the court would allow him.
We offered him counsel then. He denied the counsel. Go back and look at the video. It's got over 270-some thousand views on it. And I told him that 30 days will give him an opportunity to read up on the law and so he can make it and understand how this process goes. So go ahead to the Wayne County Jail. You can take some. They probably have some legal books there, and we'll hear these matters when you come out. So.
Your Honor, is any of this on the record or no? Or did we not?
No, it's not on the record because I didn't call the cases. I'm going to continue on. That appears to be Charles Gard.
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, am I allowed to go back in the breakout room to explain that to Mr. Lockhart? Because he seems to have had a change of heart if the court would allow him to at least.
Maybe he can go turn himself in and you can file an appeal. File something to get him heard before the court, and they can zoom in from the Wayne County Jail and we'll resolve it that way. But until he turns himself in, he's got a warrant out for his arrest. He's had this warrant out for I don't know how long. I can look back into the record, but and he's never presented himself. So he was contemptuous then. He continues to not follow or obey the court's orders.
Presented himself, I would say more accurate to say surrendered himself.
Yeah.
Or hire himself a lawyer to get it back in front of the court. But until we get the first matter resolved that we had, we're not going to get into the other matters.
Yeah, look, that's the thing with this. He can't do anything else with this case until this contempt thing is dealt with. Dude, you have to. You are held in contempt. You are found in contempt. You need to go to jail. You need to serve this. There's no other thing on the docket here regarding your standing cases until you do that.
Yeah. Also, chat, this is not his lawyer. She really does just she's just in the court when this is happening.
She's just a concerned party. She's literally just like a sweet summer child, probably new to law. You're like, oh God, I have to help this guy out. She doesn't know how
he's a
much
sovereign citizen.
This guy doesn't want anybody's help, but she's trying. She's giving her best.
There really needs to be like just like one specific section when you're learning to be a lawyer or a judge that teaches you specifically about sovereign citizen. Because I've seen so many judges and lawyers just not know what they are, and they're like, "Oh, he's just kind of confused about the law." No, they have like an entire like pseudo
They're
education
not
online for
confused
these
about the
people.
law. They're fucking delusional. They're deluded regarding law.
Yeah. There's two sovereign citizens. There are people that are absolutely delusional and believe every word of it. And there are people that think if they delay the court long enough with the sovereign citizen bullshit, the court's just going to let them go. Which extremely rarely
I can't think of a
happens.
single time I've ever seen that happen.
I think I've seen it happen once. And I don't even know how he got off. I forget what the explanation was.
Might have been like a traffic ticket. So I can see a judge like throwing away something small like that just not to deal with the headache of
Yeah.
sovereign citizen. But anything, I'm nothing beyond like a traffic violation or like we're talking the most simple law like littering.
Yeah.
Shit. Like anything beyond that, I don't see a judge going no. That just because you're annoying doesn't mean I'm going to drop your fucking charges.
The flat earthers of legal protection. Kinda.
They really are. They really are. No, that's a very accurate fucking statement.
They're so annoying to listen to, too. That's why I'm glad this lawyer stepped in so we don't have to hear this guy half the time.
The contempt proceedings arise out of these, his appearance in court. So he's still not allowed to just resolve these before he commits himself to the Wayne County Jail?
No.
No. You know what's so funny about that though? Like, oh, that poor lawyer. That poor fucking lawyer is like, look, you don't understand. Like, that judge, he looked away for a second because he would, yeah, technically speaking, I could do this, we could do this, but this guy's such an ass. No. Like, he considered it. It was a valid legal argument, but he went, no, not with this guy. Sorry, not happening.
It's just so funny. The way he just sits there, he just shakes his head. He's like, it's just not happening with this guy. I'm not letting it.
See, Mr. Lockhart here, you know, I don't know what else to do, what else you can do for him, Mrs. Harris.
Yeah, there's no more leniency that you can offer.
So Your Honor.
She continues to disobey the court order, just continues to do so.
Yeah, frequently.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I dare not say, well, I don't know. I don't think that it's
She's trying so hard.
intentional.
She's new. She's
I
new.
can't say that.
Wait a minute.
I don't think, I'm gonna take that back.
Yeah, you need to, yeah, hey, girl, you need
I
to
think he has
fucking,
good
this is
intentions.
not your case, you need to
I
leave.
think he now has a better understanding of everything that is taking place.
I don't think so. He came in here talking about he's appearing on behalf of the person Jameer Lockhart. So I think
Thank you for the $4.99, Mr. Monkey. Aren't sovereign citizens just people who believe they are entitled to the rights of the country but not bound by their laws? That's roughly what it is. The original guy that
really,
wrote the sovereign
they're supposed to
citizen.
not be under any jurisdiction of the courts that any independent country, any sovereign nation. Just like you have sovereign nations, you have sovereign citizens. That is the mindset of your sovereign citizen. So basically, we go, because I choose to belong to no country, I'm not bound by any of their laws, but I get to enjoy all the rights and privileges these countries provide on top of that. It's extremely it's almost like a legal version of narcissism. They just cannot bring themselves to understand that this is not how it works.
So have you ever like seen the book by the guy that originally like made like sovereign citizenism, or who popularized it, I guess?
No, I don't think I have read that book.
So the logic that he tries to do is, you've heard some of it before because sovereign citizens like to quote it a lot, is that we are a maritime admiralty, and courts are actually maritime
yeah.
admiralty law. But the reason he believes that you are allowed like constitutional rights, but you're not bound by the Constitution, is he specifically says the Constitution is not made by man, it is God ordained. So you cannot take another man's God ordained rights from him because they are bestowed by God.
Yeah.
And yeah, chat, there is a sovereign citizen book. He like wrote a book, and it's where a lot of these idiots get their shit from. And honestly, the original guy might have believed it at one point. However, if you go and see him today, it is very apparent that he doesn't believe it anymore, but he is grifting to sell his book to these idiots. It is very apparent that he doesn't believe it. Because as soon as like he gets pulled into court for anything, he's immediately got like the best lawyer money can buy in front of him.
He's on the same path as he was that got him into this situation.
And Your Honor, we've had that discussion at length in the breakout room. He understands what it would take to resolve his matters. He understands how he has to represent himself in court. And so I think he's in a position that he wants to resolve these matters. We've had the discussion. We asked for leniency and mercy from the court. I understand if the condition is that he still has to do 30 days in the Wayne County Jail, although we would ask if the court would reconsider that sentence now that he has.
So what I am thinking happened here, because I was thinking to myself, how did this lawyer convince this guy to take her advice at all? Because sovereign citizens are stubborn as fuck. And I think what happened is not that she told him he was going to lose, but basically she had told him that if he kept doing this, he could drag this out and be in and out of court for literal years. And you can see it in like the start of the video is the guy is trying to push like, I don't want to be in court anymore. I really want to resolve this now. I really don't want to be here. And I think he isn't like changing his heart because of her. It's that he's like, I don't want to be in court for this long. So if I can get away with her getting me off the contempt and getting like very minor charges, we're just going to go with that.
Yeah.
I still think he does not believe the court has jurisdiction. He's just like, maybe this lady can get them off my back and I won't have to deal with it anymore. That's what I think happened. But if they were in a breakout room, we'll never know.
But it's funny because him acknowledging lady could do that is him acknowledging the power and the authority of the courts. If you are pointing out a natural fault in this man's line of logic here, like if he is a sovereign citizen, he should not even be listening to them, and there is some kind of cheek in the armor there.
Yeah, that's why I think he even agreed to talk to her in the first place, because he's realizing he's not actually getting anywhere. Because some sovereign citizens do hit that point where they're not actually getting anywhere in court, and they're starting to doubt their own like bullshit. Because there are a lot of people that do the sovereign citizen thing that truly deeply believe it, and it kind of starts hitting at them where they're like, I don't understand. Why am I still here? Like, why is this not working? This was supposed to work. They told me this was supposed to work. And it's just not. It's like telling because they really do think, like, I don't consent is like a magic word. So it's like telling somebody they're a magician and all they have to say is abracadabra and it happens. And they say it 200 times over and nothing happens. And they're like, they lie to me?
Taking the time to actually listen to advice of counsel and be made fully aware of how he should present himself in court. I know that it's his intention to resolve these matters without any further court appearances or draining any further resources or delaying the process anymore. And I know that the court doesn't want to delay the process any further. I understand his behavior is what put us in this position as of right now, but we're just hoping to resolve today if the court will allow.
I'm not moving. I gave him it's a 27 plus, maybe 30 plus minute video. I gave him ample opportunity. you know, and I'm not moving.
I mean, Your Honor, I mean, in that video, I did apologize to you for, I guess.
You apologize after you got the 30 days. I'm not moving.
I apologize after the offense was, I mean, I don't know what else I would apologize.
You know what's funny though? I might, if I was a lawyer, I might actually,
Oh,
I
sorry.
might actually give a gentle warning, a gentle motion for this judge to recuse himself. He does seem personally accosted by this guy. And if that is true, regardless of what impropriety has taken place up until now, if he is allowing his emotions and his personal bias against this particular defendant to get in the way and to color his judgments, then he needs to recuse himself. That's just the ethical thing to do.
True.
And I can tell with the pushback. And look, I can't do it. I don't like this guy. I can't like, okay, well, dude, then you should recuse yourself. Now, the act, what the sovereign citizen says later is not the reason he should recuse himself, but this reaction and this fight with the lawyer, because the lawyer's making sense right now. The lawyer's like, look, let's just deal with this. We can deal with the contempt stuff after this, but he's here, we're here, the resources are here. Let's get this out of the way now. And he's like, no. This contempt here, he needs to, no, okay. Well, now you're being stubborn to a point where it's actually costing the court more resources. You need to recuse yourself.
There's that. However, I can also see the argument that the judge is at the point where he's like, he is not obeying any court orders until he can show us that he is actually going to follow through with court orders. We cannot move forward with court because he's simply not going to listen.
Then adjourn and send him or send a warrant or do something, because talking about it in circles like this is pointing to the fact that you are biased on this and you can't just slam the gavel down, fucking make the judgment and move on.
To be fair, he already has a warrant out for him.
Now?
The judge mentions that at the start.
Why? Well, then that's all like another warrant. Like, dude, like, here's the thing. Like, I get entertaining this and fuck, but if you're this stubborn and this is just what's going to happen, you're not listening to another lawyer's suggestions or anything, then you know what you want to do, just do it. Don't talk about it for 15, 20 minutes. Just fucking do it. And that's all. That's criticism for the judge.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The only thing I would say to that is after watching so many court proceedings...
What was it, Simpson or Fletcher? Remember how we got to a point with him, it's like, okay, now your inaction is actually causing a problem. You are obligated to sanction this lawyer. This is kind of a thing here. It's like, okay, it's good to be patient and understanding and willing to work with, but there's some point that you need to lay down the law. And I think we've reached that point here, and this judge is still litigating it. It's like, no, you've made your decision, so make it in order and fucking adjourn to the next case.
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that is after watching like so many different court procedurals, I've realized a lot of judges have a problem with just not saying, okay, you're sanctioned, get out.
I would say that this is a criticism I have of judges in general, not any one particular judge.
Yeah. I would say this seems to be more of a normal problem. I don't think I have the patience to be a judge, because they all have the patience of a fucking saint. Or at least a lot of them do. Like, it's like, guys, come on. I would have, like, held this person in contempt or sanctions or subpoena or whatever, like, 5 times over by now. But you're still talking about it. Yeah. And, like, the other thing kind of in defense of this judge is, like I mentioned to you, he actually does allow it afterwards. He's like, fuck it, fine. Like, good argument. Let's just move on then.
I have some sympathy for you.
Okay, that's fair.
And to resolve the matters, I have no sympathy for you at all. I tried to discuss. We tried to have give you a fair opportunity to be heard. You keep spewing these legal theories that I've never heard of before, and I've given you an opportunity on that day to speak with the lawyer. You refuse that. You refuse all the opportunities I've given you. And you came in here another time a couple of months ago, and I told you we weren't going to hear it then. You got to go report to the Wayne County Jail. So you've had ample opportunity.
you'd have me go to jail.
No, on behalf of Jamil Lockhart,
I love that the lawyer immediately realizes he's about to put foot in mouth, and she's like, "Hey, on his behalf," she catches it immediately. So she's new, but she's at least like smart enough to recognize that. She knows her client's an idiot.
Well, and hold on.
Yep.
Oh, okay, I had a sneeze there.
Oh.
Out of mute. I had I'm a new lawyer, technically. Like, I only have about a year and 3 or 4 months, almost a year and a half of like practical legal experience, like in the courtroom doing lawyering stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm brand spanking new. I'm a baby lawyer, right? This person probably has more experience than I do on this. So I will say that it just seems to come from, I don't know what the word would, lack of knowledge on sovereign citizens or lack of experience with sovereign citizens that she would even throw her at in the ring here.
Yeah, I think you could possibly chalk it up to naivete as well. That she is kind of coming from this perspective that what he's saying, like, he's being very genuine when he says the stuff that he does. He's just very dumb. And it's like, I don't think he's very genuine. I kind of read a lot of sovereign citizens as manipulative, just too stupid to do it correctly.
Lopez Maximus is asking, I'm more confused why the defendant isn't forced muted in the Zoom call, not gonna lie. You could definitely countersue. You could sue the court for First Amendment violations for that. Because let's be real, if you were actually in court, they couldn't just mute you as a person. Like, they'd hold you in contempt or something, sure.
Yeah.
But they can't just decide to, like, you stop talking now. Like, they can't, like, just push a button and all of a sudden you can't be heard. And if that's the case, and this is court and Zoom is only meant to be an accurate visual and audio for the court, them exercising their ability to mute others would be a violation of court rules. So no, Zoom is just there as the platform for which the communication is happening. They're not. It would be a legal nightmare to mute a defendant on Zoom during Zoom court.
Yeah, so it's not just that, but it also depends what version of Zoom they've had, because I've actually seen some judges specifically reference this when asked about it during the court cases. Older versions of Zoom, you could not mute other people in the chat. Point blank none.
No, really.
And then in some newer versions of Zoom, after that, somebody asked a judge why he was so hesitant to mute people that were being like disruptive or weren't involved in the case, or in the specific case being talked about, but were still in the courtroom because they had other cases coming up. And he basically told them that he was allowed to mute people, however, he could not unmute people. And because of how Zoom worked, it could be difficult for people to unmute themselves to start talking again.
Oh, that makes sense.
He even mentions this particular judge even mentioned at one point that in order to unmute if you got to court via Zoom through phone, which most people did, in order to unmute, you had to hit *6, which that's fucking weird. I don't know why you don't. It's like it's an app.
Who's even gonna figure that out? Yeah.
Yeah, like it's an app. Why don't you just have like a button that looks like a microphone that you can push, like fucking Discord? What do you mean I have to hit *6? It's just weird. Chat, for those of you who haven't used Zoom before, it is specifically made to appeal to boomers, which is why it runs like shit and nobody likes it.
Do understand
yeah, it's
that,
still fucking nice to kill Skype.
Yeah.
I know the court, he may hear this often, but he does have a family that he supports. It would be a great hardship on his family, his resources, and his sense of economy in terms of his job if he would have to submit himself to 30 days in the Wayne County Jail. I understand that the court of not inclined to choose that.
I didn't just give him the 30 days on the, he should have thought about that when I was asking him. I let him speak when I was asking him to not try to overtalk the court. Let me give him an opportunity to speak. He continued to disobey that. He should have thought about that then. There's a whole lot of people up in the penitentiary that have families that they take care of, and he's not going to the penitentiary. It's just county jail.
Independent. Yeah, okay, there we go.
So I'm just.
I love that he says
I'm about to say,
penitentiary.
why the fuck did you say penitentiary? Well, I'm like, he's not going to prison. And then, like, he, like, at the end there, well, and I know he's not going there. He's going to jail. Oh, okay, you realize the weirdness you threw in there, though, right?
No, what he's trying to say is that, because she's like, it would be a great hardship to him because he has a family. He's like, there are lots of people up in prison with families, too. I'm not even sending him to prison.
Again, but he made the correction because words are important. Of, like, jail is a more temporary thing. It's more reasonable. Like, look, this person has a job and stuff. If somebody's been sent to prison, they've been fired.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have a job to go back to. But somebody who ends up being thrown in jail, yes, absolutely, that could end up getting them fired. But in all, I see the argument, and I think the use of the terminology penitentiary here was inappropriate, and he himself caught that by specifying. And I know he's not going to, he's going to county jail. But the point shouldn't have even been made. And I think you yourself know that, Judge, because you made the correction at the end.
Maybe. I think what he's not trying to make a point for the case. I think he's trying to get it through to this lawyer that, like, these kind of emotional appeals are already done with him. It's been over a year now.
And I do also think that, like, at this point, the lawyer should back off.
Yeah. I think what he's trying to get at with her
after this argument here
is more so, like, the time for emotional appeal was a year ago before this guy did all this shit. Now, trying to make me feel sympathy for him after he started so much shit with me for a year is not gonna work. You need to have, like, a good legal appeal, not like a good moral appeal. Because I get where she's kind of coming from, because technically this is her first hour on the case, so she doesn't have all this baggage.
That is true.
She doesn't have all this baggage. She doesn't know this storied history this guy has with the judge. She's just like, okay, this is our first hour on the case. Let's make a good first impression. And she needs to remember that there's stuff here. Why haven't the cops been sent to physically arrest him if he won't turn himself in? I can't answer that.
Well, that's kind of my question.
Like, I mean, there's a warrant out for his arrest already.
I know there's a warrant out for his arrest. They could get an arrest warrant, like, to be served at his place of residence.
So what
I don't know.
What I'm wondering about is if he is jumping around so they can't find him. It might not be a serious enough charge. Well, he mentions later
the thing with
that he moves around a lot.
For contempt of court. Oh, does he? Okay.
The guy himself that is in contempt.
Yeah, that makes a bit more sense.
Mentions, like, oh, you know, I can't do 30 days because, you know, I travel a lot. So I'm wondering if they have been trying to arrest him, but he moves around so much they can't really keep up with him. That's just like a conjecture. I don't think that's ever specifically stated one way or the other.
I think it's the seriousness of the charge. I mean, they're not going to send...
It's contempt of court, it's not murder.
They're not going to put out an international... Yeah, exactly. They're not going to put out a manhunt for somebody over contempt of court.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's just because it's such like a minor thing. But another thing could be that he does move around a lot, so it's hard to, like, keep track of him.
Let's not move.
Would this court consider amending it in such a way that he could only do weekends to complete his 30 days?
He hasn't even come to done anything. I'm not inclined to do anything for Mr. Jameer Lockhart or the person of Jameer Lockhart or whatever he wants to be called or however he wants to be described himself.
Yeah, do you see how aggravated, like, he's reasonably aggravated. I understand why. But this is angry enough at this guy that, like, you are knowing, like, well, him having a job and needing to provide for his family might be an emotional appeal. It is also a legal appeal. Because, like, these people are dependent on me. If I go to jail and I'm gone and they fucking become destitute, that's on the court for providing the situation that caused this. Now, because this is a kind of court hearing, okay, then fine, do weekends. But he's not willing to entertain any argument whatsoever right now through his words. And it's like, okay, dude, I'm thinking like either you need to take a breath, like call for 5 or something, because you're getting angry enough. I can see as a lawyer the need for you to recuse yourself.
Yeah, which I can understand. I think part of it is he doesn't know what a sovereign citizen is. Because you can even hear it, like, when he talks about a lot of this stuff, is he doesn't understand what he's saying.
Look at his face right now. He's so confused, trying to understand what he just said. Because I don't know what this fucking guy is. All I know is that this is what he purports to be.
Yeah. And because I think about it back to, like, the start of this video, where the guy asks him, you know, is this common law or is this military tribunal? And I don't think he was annoyed by the question. I genuinely, the look on his face, to me, read as just deeply confused. He's like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Why did you even ask that? Well, here's the thing, like, one, it could be charged as Commonwealth if he is in a Commonwealth state. There's a number of them. I forget which ones are Commonwealth, which ones aren't, but they go under common law, and that part was an appropriate question. Is this going under common law or just state law? Is it federal? But when he threw in military tribunal, that's where I was lost. Like, that's where I lost the plot. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Military tribunal. This is not. Are you a soldier? What's happening?
Yeah, and I feel like if you are a judge or a lawyer that has never once in your entire life heard a sovereign citizen talk, it might genuinely be like a real reaction to be this annoyed with them. Because you're not used to, like, these tactics.
So what happened is the guy asked the question, and you know that meme where the guy has his eyes closed and he opens them again, like, just trying to understand what the fuck he just heard?
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much this judge right now.
So I totally agree with Eva that he probably needs to take a bit of a chill pill, but at the same time, I do think this is his first time ever dealing with a sovereign citizen, and he's just not sure what's going on.
And again, well, I think he should take a chill pill. Honestly, like, I've seen way more unhinged judges yelling at lawyers and defendants. It doesn't matter. They're able to do that. It's just the more animated and agitated you are as a judge, the more a case can be made for appeal or that you need to be recused or whatever. So it's very advantageous for a judge to play their cards close to their chest, emotionally speaking.
Yeah. Although, I'll be honest, based on what we see later, I don't think this guy is smart enough to know that he would be able to appeal.
I mean, I don't think he could. See, I've not had to deal with contempt of court sentencings very often, but I'm wondering if you can.
I feel like you would be able to. Because the reality...
I think you could, but I think it's a weird one. Yes, it's generally possible to appeal a contempt of court order, but the process and specific rules vary depending on whether it's civil contempt or criminal. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, I know it's not like uniform rules for, like, you could not appeal the same way you could appeal, like a murder charge or something, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean...
So there is differences, but yes, you could appeal it.
Yeah, because it makes sense, because if your complaint with a judge is that a judge is inherently biased against you, that bias would probably follow into, like...
to recuse.
Well, I mean that, but, like, that bias would probably affect you being contempted.
To appeal it, but you would have to point out, like, in inner propriety that the judge did in terms of procedure. That's usually where appeal goes. It's not like, it's like, okay, the judge was so emotional and so biased that he ignored court procedure in order to attack me. That would be appealable. Or if he did something wrong, if he gave the jury the wrong instructions that weren't clear, if he didn't sustain an objection properly, like things that, like, actually him acting as a judge, if he did something not by the book, then you can appeal that. But generally speaking, appealing just based on, oh, the judge was mean to me, isn't going to really work.
Yeah.
I mean, the judge would have to be particularly egregious in his contempt rule. Like that one who arrested the lawyer for contempt of court when the lawyer pointed out the ex parte meeting that the prosecution and the judge had without the defense present.
Oh, I
that
remember
would
that.
be totally appealable. Yeah, exactly. That would be, okay, you are so beyond the pale that this judgment is completely
That's what I'm getting at,
unreasonable.
though. Like, if your
Unless it's something
specific
like that.
complaint is that a judge is so deeply biased against you, it does stand to
Exactly. You
reason
have
that
to
they would
show it.
probably hold you in contempt during the case because of said bias.
It would, but again, the bias would have to be on display, like, incredibly potently. Like that case I just mentioned.
Well,
Like,
I'm not
that
saying
was
it's an
so,
easy
like,
argument to
okay,
make. I'm
this
just
is
saying I could
really
see
long.
it.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a different. It's about the only one you can make.
But yeah, ultimately, chat, you can kind of see it on the judge's face. I genuinely do think he's confused. Sovereign citizens are not like an everyday experience, although there is one judge in
Dude, this
particular
man-
I've seen that's got like
This man
50
is
of them.
rethinking his entire life. Look
Yeah.
at that stare.
Yes.
He's like, God damn, did I do the right job? Did I go to the right school? Like, should I have gone with Becky to Virginia? That is what he's thinking right now.
My mom was right. I should have been a doctor.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has the matters that are set on the docket for today. He has presented himself.
Oh, sorry, Nerdy Tech's an accountant for 10. Could a judge say to a sovereign citizen that since you're not a U.S. citizen, then you get deported as a way to get the person to behave or will not be allowed? It would not be allowed. The judge cannot just like say, you're telling me you aren't a U.S. citizen, so I can just treat you like one. No, the judge still has to treat them like a U.S. citizen, even if they're sitting here adamantly claiming they're not.
Even if they weren't a U.S. citizen, they are still entitled to due process.
Yeah.
So yeah,
deportation would have to be in a separate trial.
It would be on. It would be hilarious, like threat like that. Maybe the judge couldn't actually back it up, right? But what he does instead is like he says it just to have the sovereign citizen shit himself and then fucking behave. Like it would be cool if you could do that, but no, because the judge is saying that could imply that he could do that. Now it's inappropriate, and yeah, it can't be done. It'd be funny if it could, but no, it's just it's an unethical way of judging.
The closest I've ever seen a judge getting to that was somebody basically made that argument in front of a judge, and the judge's reply was something along the lines of, if you truly believe you're not a U.S. citizen, do you think I would legally be allowed to deport you? And he goes, where would I deport you?
Question. Yeah, that's a question that he's asking, so he's not like, it's not a threat.
Yeah, he's trying to get the guy to understand.
If we were to follow your train of logic, then what, and here's the thing, what he should have said is, okay, if I were to believe you and you don't belong here, then should I be passing this case along to an immigration judge and we'd be getting ICE involved? Yeah. Because now it's no longer about him making the judgment on the assertion. Now it's about passing the assertion on to the appropriate authorities in the proper court that would handle that.
Yeah. And ultimately it's about asking it to the defendant themselves and being like,
exactly.
have you thought your logic all the way through?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't think you've thought this all the way through. Do you want to give it another shot?
Yeah. Because, like, you're sitting here telling me you're not a U.S. citizen. Okay, well then what are you and where am I sending you to when we deport you? Because you're not a U.S. citizen, according to you.
Yeah.
So to the court today.
Okay, you want to take... We'll take off the warrant. We'll give him a pre-trial date, and then he can go do his 30 days. And he can tell the sheriff in there that what his next court date is, and or somebody can writ him out then. City of Detroit versus Jamil Amir Lockhart, case numbers SP 1247989, counts 1, 2, and 3. State of Michigan. Now the laws just don't apply to him.
Oh, wait a minute. More than one state is involved?
I guess.
Wow. Hey, this guy fucked up.
Said video's rather quiet. Here, let me go back a bit and see.
SP-124.
I could maybe boost it a little bit.
No, state of Michigan and city of Detroit is inside Michigan. Excuse me. For some reason, I thought Detroit was a state.
7989.
Oh, that's way too loud. Okay. Here.
Counts 1, 2, and 3.
Is that better, chat? That's in the yellow. Yellow should be good, I think.
It's always Detroit, chat.
Yeah, this is a Detroit judge.
Actually, no, Detroit does have a weird fucking number of sovereign citizens up there.
Yeah. Oh, shoot.
Oh my god, kitten sneeze.
State of Michigan. Now, the laws just don't apply to him. State of Michigan versus Jamil Amir Lockhart, case number SX378-29611. Appearance for the record, please.
Sharika Harris, on behalf of Jamil Lockhart, sir, could you state the name of the person that you are representing on the record, please, or that you identify, please?
So my name is Jamil Lockhart.
All right.
Yeah, there is currently a recommendation if the court would allow a plea.
No. He's gonna have to go do the time.
No.
So, sir, as we discussed, I think you would be better suited if you, one, hire an attorney, two, go to the Wayne County Jail and submit yourself so that your matters could be resolved. I understand that.
Yeah, it's your only option.
Yeah, she tried to, I get what she was doing. She tried to be like, oh, could, we maybe appeal something? It's like, time for appeal was a year ago before he started dodging this. Once you started...
It doesn't, and look, here's the thing though, I find it inappropriate for the judge to have she was in the middle of quote-unquote advising her pseudo-client, whatever. This is already a weird fucking court situation. She's not his lawyer, but she's giving him advice. It's fucking weird. But her mentioning appeal and stuff like that is to clearly calm him down and give him a goal for the future. The judge interrupting this and fucking, no, that was a year. No, you don't get to fucking say shit when we're talking about appeal because it would be appealing your decision and your behavior, judge. So please allow me to talk him down so I can fucking get him in the county jail that you want him in. You interrupted and said, oh no, appeal a year ago is no, you don't get to decide what is appropriate for appeal. That's for the appellate court. So I don't find it appropriate for the judge to have chimed in right in the middle of her basically, like if he hadn't interrupted there, things might have went differently. I'm going to say right now, that was a turning point right there.
I honestly think you might have misread that a little bit. So what's happening is she's not advising his client. She is asking the judge if they can put in an appeal with him for a lesser sentence.
She was talking to Jamal.
No, she's talking to the judge, and she's asking for a appeal to the judge for a lesser sentence than the 30 days in jail. And he's saying, no, we're doing the 30 days.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, she was talking to him and said, okay, I think the best thing for you to do is hire an attorney and then go to this Cook County jail. And then that's why I thought she was talking to him, because her vernacular was talking to the defendant, not the judge.
No, I think she's kind of getting herself a little confused.
She just switched right back into the judge, mid-sentence.
Yeah, she's kind of going back and forth between the both of them, because...
You don't stop doing that.
Yeah.
That confuses people. Don't do that.
I think that's part of the problem with her not actually being his attorney, where now she's trying to be a mediator
Yeah,
between the
that's
judge
another
and him instead of just being his attorney.
Yeah, the judge should not have allowed this, honestly.
Yeah. Although, from the different court cases I've watched, I don't know if it's just something in the water when YouTube starts sending me these. I've seen like 7 or 8 videos in the past 2 days where just a random attorney in the courtroom is like, "Hey, judge, let me speak up on this." And the judge is like, "Fuck it, fine."
Yeah, that's weird. That's not... I mean, we're already dealing with, like, judges that are already, like, at their wits' end with the sovereign citizens issue right now. Fuck it. We're already doing things so not by the book, might as well. I think that's kind of what's happening. It's just still, like... I mean, if I were the judge here, I would have been like, look, it's fine for you to talk to him, only if right now he says he plans on taking you on as counsel. If you're not, are you going to handle his case pro bono? Because otherwise you should not be speaking. I'm sorry, it's just court procedure.
Yeah, like you need to actually be his lawyer if this is going to continue.
Yeah, I'm all right with you speaking on it, like chiming in once or twice, but now this is a back and forth. This is minutes long, and honestly, at this point, are you his representative or not?
So does the guy not actually have an attorney? He does not have an attorney because he's a sovereign citizen, and sovereign citizens often believe that if you accept an attorney, that you are humoring the American legal system, and if you humor it, then you have to go along with it. Which they don't seem to realize that showing up to court at all is humoring
did that for you because when they signed your fucking birth certificate, you became a part of the system. Boom! Before you could even form a fucking thought, you were made a part of the system. And do you have a driver's license? Guess what? Part of the system. Did you freaking sign? Did you ever do taxes? Did you ever freaking sign an employment contract? There are so many things. Did you ever accept groceries with a money-back guarantee on the front, like, oh, freshness guaranteed or anything like that? Then guess what? You're participating in the system. It's called express warranty. It's a foundational aspect of law. Sovereign citizens are stupid.
Yeah. Chat, we'd have to sit here for like hours to explain sovereign citizen thought processes and the contradictions in them. Because they all seem to think they're not a part of a system that they're clearly a part of, and that you can't make them abide by it.
It's so fucking, oh my god.
They're pretty terrible.
He didn't want an attorney, and I guess you have gotten through to him a little bit. He changed it. He came in here hearing on behalf of the person, Jameer Lockhart, and then when he asked him to state his name, he came and he indicated that he was Jameer Lockhart now. So I don't know what he like I say.
I mean, if I could speak a little bit here. I don't know, Your Honor,
this is what I mean. This lawyer has done so much work for him. She has wrapped this judge back down to where the judge is fine, we'll just move forward.
Yeah, the judge is calm. Dude, the judge was fucking shooting fire out of his eyes angry like 5 minutes ago. He's actually fucking on the taper down now.
And this guy's like, so if I could say something.
So if I could say something, bring us right back up to a boil, that'd be great.
This guy is so dumb. He was so close.
I'm not a criminal. I just want to handle this, get this over with.
I didn't say you were a criminal, sir. I didn't listen.
No, I know you didn't.
I didn't say you were a criminal. As it stands now, these are allegations. So until there's an adjudication of either guilt or not guilt, that'll determine, whether you're a criminal or not. So I don't know. You got these allegations out here. So I didn't make that comment.
That was a little weird for him to come out like that.
No, I'm not saying that you did.
I'm not a criminal. Nobody said you were.
I just want to handle this and, put this to rest. At this point, I feel like it's taken up too much of my time, too much of, your time, I'm sure. And,
this is what I do every day, sir. I serve the city, the residents of the city of Detroit and the state of Michigan and whoever comes in here. So it doesn't take up my time. This is what we do.
You should have said the court's time.
So yeah, and continuing, I would just like to
Yeah.
Yeah, the
get this
judge will
over
never
with,
acknowledge when you
you know,
say,
pay
"Oh,
whatever
I'm
fines
wasting
need
your
to be
time."
paid.
No, you're not
I would
wasting
like
my
to have my
time.
license
You're
back.
wasting the court's
You
time.
know,
Yeah.
I can't rent a car when I travel. You know, I would like to be able to do that. So whatever I owe for these civil offenses.
Oh, so this is a suspended license.
Last year,
Yes.
This is. Are you fucking kidding me? All this over. Oh my god. I'm going. Oh Jesus. Where's my hanger? Hold on, my hanger toggle. There we go. Fucking guy. Okay, could play now while I fucking glare daggers at the suspended license fucking case. God damn.
over a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I just want to resolve this. Whatever I owe for those offenses, you know, I'm willing to pay, and it'll be done with this situation. I truthfully don't think it's your, you know, mission to put people in jail that have not harmed anybody or committed any offense against, you know, any actual live human being. I'm only guilty of speaking out of turn. And
Oh
know,
shit, okay. Holy shit, I'm sorry. Can we go back as he's talking for the judge to say nothing but zoom up in his chair and fucking into his spray? Oh, you haven't done anything, huh, motherfucker? Like, he's fucking looking. He's looking.
It'll be done with this situation. I truthfully don't think it's your, you know, mission to put people in jail that have not harmed anybody or committed any offense against, you know, any actual live human being. I'm only guilty of speaking out of turn.
Look right there. Oh, what'd you say? Oh shit.
He's trying to do. I've seen this argument from some sovereign citizens before, but it's you cannot put somebody in jail unless they have physically harmed another person. Like that's not necessarily how that works.
That is untrue. Yeah, that's not how it works.
I am one of the people who thinks that.
Yeah, you guys just watched the judges or neurons activate with that fucking lead forward. That was wild.
Well, because I am one of the people that think like victimless crimes shouldn't necessarily be a thing, depending on circumstance. However, like a lot of sovereign citizen people are like, no, I have to like physically punch somebody or it doesn't count. And so I can like steal from them.
There's a reason why
I can do whatever I want.
When we're dealing with the courts, we deal with damages, and people and sovereign citizens tried to limit that to physical damages. But guess what? We're talking damages to state of mind, damages to reputation, damages to employment, damages to financial security, damages to property. It doesn't matter. That's why the court always trumps damages. It doesn't have to be physical damage. And there's a lot of things you can damage that doesn't have to do with your person.
Yeah. Another huge issue is, and you see it here, chat, is a lot of sovereign citizens don't understand the concept of just lying. Like, just lying to yourself, I guess. Being like, yeah, I did it.
Okay,
yeah, I did it, just let me off.
The judge just reached a new boss in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
That's why Clint Floyd, he locked in.
Yeah, gamer lean type of movement from the judge. The judge is locked in mode. It's even more stupid since bro actually had a driver's license, making his claim of sovereign citizen even more idiotic. That's the funny part. Normally, sovereign citizens don't have licenses.
He doesn't necessarily mean... He probably doesn't. Now, while this is a suspended license case, it doesn't necessarily mean he ever had a license to begin with. Usually what happens here is the sovereign citizen will be pulled. They'll be pulled for driving without a license, and in lieu of any actual punishment that they can do beyond like a financial fine or something like that, what they'll do is they will suspend your license in that state. So that doesn't mean if you don't have one, it means you can't get one until you resolve this. So I bet he's here because he wants to resolve this. Well, there's this case of suspended license. He fucking acted dumb, contempt of court, a year and a half worth of proceedings, fucking being stupid later. This is where we are. For instance, when I lived in Virginia and I was living on my sailboat, I didn't have a Virginia driver's license, but I got a ticket for a a battery out on my anchor light. So even though they couldn't punish me any other way because I had no show to the court, never do that. It was horrible, but I didn't have transportation. There was a number of extenuating circumstances. But as default judgment, because I did not show up, they suspended my Virginia license that I didn't have, which means that I would have to overcome that suspension before applying for one. Even though I didn't have one, they still suspended it. Like, they basically suspended my ability to get one.
Yeah.
And that's probably what's happening with this guy. So because that's the thing with sovereign citizens, they usually don't have a driver's license. So that's probably, in terms of like quote unquote suspended driver's license, that's what we're dealing with.
Well, the only thing I would say to that is he does specifically say, I'm trying to get my license back. If he had...
Oh, he does say back? Okay.
Yeah, so I think he actually did have a driver's license, which I just find weird.
Oh, yeah, because he mentions
don't.
wanting to rent a car, which he probably... I mean, he wouldn't even try to rent a car if he didn't have his license, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this one actually did have his license, and it got suspended.
Which is just funny, because normally sovereign citizens won't, and that's normally why they get in trouble, because they don't have one.
Well, it's funny now, because by his own freaking train of logic, his own sovereign citizen delusion, dude, you signed that fucking driver's license, didn't you? You fucking went to the DMV, did all those things. You yourself know that in order to be a part of the system, you have to participate in it, and that's clearly a freaking paper trail of you participating in the system.
Yeah.
So you're not a sovereign citizen, even by your own fucking definition of the word.
You know, I should have handled this differently.
Oh, you think?
I can see that now.
I love that.
But,
I can see that now.
Yeah, I really just
they were
wanna
blind and now
get this
they
whole
see.
situation rectified, and whatever the charges are that I need to pay, I'm willing to do that, and I'll put this to rest.
All right, I'll let them speak. Next pretrial date is September 22nd.
Yeah,
Well,
based on the statements.
That being said, I don't think, based on everything that has happened, our history, the claim in federal court that I have against you, Michigan judicial tenure complaints that I have against you, I think you have a duty to recuse yourself from any of my cases.
He was so close. He was so close.
By the way, perfect pause. Perfect pause. Look at that nervous lip lick.
Yeah.
Again, sorry, body language a little bit. He has no confidence in what he just said. Do you see how his shoulders are slumped back, like they're down?
Yeah.
They're not up and straight and square. He's not sitting with posture. He's licking his lips. He's not even his head's tilted fucking weird. That's not anything, but like there's no confidence in what he just said. As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he fucked up. That is the face of somebody who went, ah, shit. Should not have said that.
It's so funny. He was so close. And then he had to do the sovereign citizen. You need to recuse yourself. Because I've sued you.
He says he has multiple claims in federal court against this guy.
Yeah. Which I don't think he's actually filed anything. Sometimes sovereign citizens have, sometimes they haven't. They're just making shit up. I think my favorite was...
Look, he claimed it in the federal court of his mind.
Yeah, I think my favorite was a sovereign citizen said that, and the judge was like, has he sued me? And the clerk looked it up, and she fired back to the judge, and she was like, apparently he has filed a claim with the county clerk, but it's one page, and it's written by hand in pencil, and and the clerk is just like trying to read it, and she's like, I don't really know what it says. I can't read it.
Make it out.
But it does have his name on it, and it does say
Holy shit.
request or demand for recusal.
That's fucking hilarious.
I haven't been privy to any judicial tenure complaint. My first duty is the duty to sit, I feel that I
put it in your mailbox.
Okay, well, all right. Well,
You
the
don't
Judicial
just-
Tenure Commission will have
I
to come.
left it in your mailbox.
So,
What?
Mr.
I
Sovereign
saw it.
Citizen,
It's
I
in
don't
your
know if you
mailbox.
know this, but you're not supposed to tamper with mailboxes. It's just
No,
a
it's all right that he left the complaint in the mailbox, but the issue is that's not how you file
yeah.
any kind of federal. What you thought you could fucking put a letter in a judge's fucking mailbox, and that counts as a federal filing? What is wrong with you?
Yeah. I don't know. That would maybe.
Yeah, well, hey, dude, I left it in your mailbox. You fucking did what now? Oh my, get out. Just get out. Now, you just find an ocean and start walking.
Yeah. This is what I meant when I
Jesus
told
is
you
gonna
that,
take
like,
care of you now.
he was so close. This lawyer did so much work for him for no reason. And then he's just like, anyways, by the way, I dropped some shit in your mailbox earlier, so recuse yourself.
That's insane.
And they'll
Look at
I'll
the-
have
look
to
at his
respond to them
face.
accordingly if they present something to me.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Have a great day, sir. Next court date, 9/22. You're still expected to turn yourself into
Show
the
up
Wayne
to the
County
county.
Jail.
Well, Your Honor,
Yeah.
I would ask one
No,
final
no,
argument.
stop,
I
stop,
understand.
stop, fucking all, God!
He's not even your client. Just hang it up.
She's not really, like, you did great. You did amazing. Stop it. Stop it. You're too close now. I don't even know how you got too close, but you did.
You have been involved in this case for 30 minutes, and you are already way too close to it. Poor lady.
And that he may have indicated he did not want an attorney to represent him. Jail time is a very harsh penalty. And I know that the court didn't just immediately come to that decision. I would ask if the court would consider some of the things that were stated on the record in terms of he now has a better understanding. He is remorseful.
Yeah, you've
of how
even
things
though I've
played
gotten
out. And
through to him.
Yeah.
Even though I've gotten through to him, he has a job, he has people he needs to provide for. Let him serve weekends until the 30 days is off. Like, that's entirely possible when Nicholas Vercata will end up doing it. It's called weekend jail. You go to jail for the weekend, and then you're done with your 30 days or whatever, and then it's done. But that would allow him to live his life, provide for his family, and would also fucking serve the punishment while still acknowledging that clearly he has learned something. It might not be a lot, but he was brought back from, like, the break. I mean, this lawyer did a lot to do that, and I think throwing her this bone, at least just for her sake, not even his, would be nice and appropriate, and it wouldn't end up like, that's her concern. She's thinking about the family that he provides for. She's thinking about all of that. 30 days, that's fired from your job. Now that's your house on the line, that you're like, all of a sudden is a snowballed into being destitute. And that's what she sees, and that's why she's still fighting.
Yeah. It's just, you poor sweet summer child. Let it go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I get it. Fart on your sleeve, awesome. You need to rein some of that in if you're gonna be a lawyer.
I would ask if the court would issue a monetary fine for the contempt rather than jail. If the court, please.
And he's got a proceeding in federal court against him. So where is it, you know, where is this,
I'm simply trying to
But again,
protect
Your Honor,
my
Your
life.
Honor,
Right,
Mr. Lockhart, on behalf of Mr. Lockhart.
She's trying
this
so
is
hard.
gone. This is.
Mrs. Lockhart, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Shoot. Hey. On behalf of me, shut the fuck up. Yeah.
She's trying so hard. She's like, please, shut it. Stop. I was so close.
Stop. What I'm saying, the court
Stop.
has to understand the fact that a lot of these things came into play before today. So if in fact there was something filed, it was before today, before having a better understanding of how the process works, how to conduct oneself in court, and that one is held to the same standards as an attorney. I would ask if the court would consider converting that jail term into a monetary fine.
Not at this point.
Yeah, fine. It would have been better to suggest that he serve weekends, which you did already suggest once.
Yeah. Like she's
Like,
trying.
Your snowball's chance in hell. You're gonna get a monetary fine over jail time for this contempt charge. But absolutely, you probably could have gotten to serving weekends only. So that was a misstep on her.
Yeah. But she is not doing the haggling thing correctly. She keeps going lower and lower with it. And it's like, no, you gotta come up sometimes to meet in the middle. And she's like, oh, so weekend jail isn't enough. How about no jail and just a fine?
Yeah, see, that doesn't work. Yeah.
You gotta come up, not go down further.
It's like that scene from Dragon Ball Z. I'll give you a planet and have you saved my life. 3 planets. 2.5? You just went down. I'm a haggler? Yeah.
Claim against you as a means to try to keep myself out of jail, right? It's not something that I want to do. You know,
You can take any action. You can take any action under the law that you choose to, sir. I haven't prevented you or even tried to even attempt to prevent you, and I can't prevent you from doing it.
I don't want to do that. I just want to handle this, pay whatever I need to pay, and move on.
So again, advocate.
Are you quid pro? Excuse me, are you quid pro quoing the fucking judge?
She's trying.
Oh my god, this is like you just. Okay, sorry. Oh my god. Look, like it's one thing to say like I filed this, right? Well, I don't want to have filed this, but if I don't have to go to jail, I'm like your language is getting around blackmail, extortion, quid pro quo, shit that absolutely would make this charge way worse.
Yeah. I feel so bad for the judge. Yeah, no, I don't think the judge has ever had to deal with something like this before, and he's just kind of losing his mind.
Is this motherfucker trying to give us the smolder?
It looks like he might be. Sir, are you mewing at me?
Stop it!
I'm an upstanding individual. A lot of people that depend on me, and I haven't harmed anyone, and I never would.
Why did he just throw that? This judge is so fucking mad.
Judge, you can't put me in jail because I've never harmed
And
anybody.
he literally like threw something. He's so fucking mad.
Oh, what? Oh, I accidentally clicked the thing. I forgot that's at the bottom of all these videos for some reason.
Handle this, pay whatever I need to pay, and move on.
So again, advocate.
Well, he's fucking look at that. He can barely contain his rage right now. Like it is everything he can do to just not glare daggers at. I'm gonna read my document because if I don't, I'm gonna fight you.
We're gonna read the document and we're gonna read my docket for the day. See who's up next.
Yeah.
Because I'm about to send your ass out of here.
Yeah.
on behalf of.
Yeah, who we got next?
I'm an upstanding individual. A lot of people that depend on me. And
Also, thank you,
There
Gabby.
it is. There's that little toss.
He's so dumb with this guy. And the lawyer's still trying to talk over him and be like, no, I've tried to save you. Please, let me save you.
Oh, God.
Understood. Thank you
This
for
game
that
over, man.
allegation. But on behalf of
What?
Yeah.
You hear this lawyer? I don't know why
Now
she's
the
so
lawyer's getting
dedicated
mad.
to this idiot.
Just,
A
it's
lot of people
weird.
that depend on
You
me.
don't see it as often, but with some lawyers, you'll see this weird fucking hero complex. Like the same thing that gets a firefighter to run into a burning building, a cop to stop a mugging, whatever. They feel the need to swoop in and save these individuals, no matter how much it may harm them or their relationship with that judge. Because I have seen lawyers trying to jump in to save a sovereign citizen, and that action actually souring a relationship between that judge and that lawyer. Now that lawyer needs to appear in other courts because it's not going to be favorable for him to appear in front of this judge anymore after that. So, like, you have to choose your battles, and I'm sorry, she's not choosing her battle right.
Yeah. This was a terrible decision on her part.
And I haven't harmed anyone, and I never would.
Understood. Thank you for that allocation. But on behalf of, defense would now move to ask if the court would allow a hearing on the contempt proceeding.
You're not defense. You just randomly showed up in this.
She's just become her lawyer now. His lawyer. Like, that's what you just did. This is no longer can I chime in? You are making motions and shit for the fucking for the defendant. You are now his lawyer. You know what? I would do that as a judge. You know what? It sounds like you got a pretty good head on your shoulders. I'm gonna go ahead and have the court appoint you as his public defender.
Have fun.
Whoopsie poopsie. You wanted to do this.
You're stuck with him now.
Proceedings.
That hearing has sailed. He has been gone. He has, 30 days for the hearing. Procedurally, that has sailed a long time ago.
So he already had a hearing on it?
No, we asked him, offered a hearing on that. We offered him an attorney on that before we entered into found him in contempt. We offered him to speak with the lawyer on that day. He chose not to. It's been over, I would say.
So he waived his rights.
Frankly, a year.
Yes.
He waived his rights to that entire. Okay, so yeah, no, sorry. He doesn't get to have and relitigate with the help of a lawyer when he turned all of this down in like however long ago. Sorry.
Yeah, she needs to let this one go.
At least the motion he was going to file a motion by 5/27/2022. It's been a long time. Those ships have sailed.
Well, Your Honor, arguably he didn't have the assistance of counsel. So I would ask, did we go through all of the steps for him to waive his right to counsel in that type of proceeding?
I'm gonna fight you now,
You can
lawyer.
go back and look at the transcript if he wants some representation now. He can either have a court-appointed a lawyer, or he can hire a lawyer on his own. But at this juncture, I'm not inclined. You know, I get people tell me I'm too lenient, and I'm a defense judge, and I try to be fair to everybody that comes through here. I gave Mr. Lockhart, and I'm giving Mr. Lockhart now over.
That's okay. That's a little weird. Pause. Why are you upset that you are being called a lawyer for judge for the defense? every judge in this instance, not like appealing judges or anything like that, but these judges for these lower circuits, for these instances, you are a judge for the defense. You are there to make sure the state does not overstep themselves. You are there to make sure the defense is properly represented. Every judge on your fucking level should be a defense judge. Why did that come out of your mouth like it was an insult? Why do you take it as an insult? I don't like that. That's a big point of criticism for me right now.
I think what he's trying to get at is this lawyer. He feels like this lawyer is trying to make it look like he's being unreasonable, and he's being like, "No, other people even call me a judge for the defense. I feel like I'm being very reasonable with this guy."
But the way he said that, he took it as an insult, and that's what I have a problem with.
Fair.
Because, to be called a judge for the defense, yes, on this level here, that's what you should be. If you're being told you're too lenient, then you're doing your job right. You should not take that as an insult. Now, to use it as a point is one thing, but his tone, and maybe he's just so aggravated, I'm misreading his tone, but it seemed to me like he has a problem with people calling him a judge for the defense. Which I'm like, dude, that's what you are. That's what any judge on this level should be.
I do think he's just annoyed at the end of the day. Because he's not liking to deal with this garbage.
He's raging. He's very, very... I don't want to deal with it. I get it. I feel bad for him. But, I'm just saying, dude, your feelings are, on a 9 out of 10 right now. Simmer down just a bit.
Yeah. Just bring it down a couple levels.
You get 5 minutes to speak. I gave him ample time today and back when he came in court the last time. And you say that he's changed, but he came into court today spewing the same stuff that he started out before he talked to you that he did when he was there. I read those motions that he filed, which was in the court's eyes had no basis in law whatsoever.
I would love to read those motions.
Yeah.
I've never seen those legal theories that he's purporting. I don't know if you, well, let me strike that. I've seen those legal theories.
Well, there you go.
But I've never
okay, let's stop.
Rules of court rules. I've never seen that in any of the law books that I've ever read. So I told him this back then, that he needs to go get the rules. I gave him an opportunity to read the rules of procedure. He refused everything. Now, the transcript of it, you can order the transcript. He can hire his own lawyer, and he'll get whatever kind of hearing that he will get. I'm not going to recuse myself from the case.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
Very well. Next court date, September 22nd, 2023, will be a pre-trial. Have a very good day, sir. And again, your order to turn yourself into the Wayne County Jail.
That was.
And here's the 4th appearance.
There's one more appearance after that.
Oh my god! Is there the same lawyer there too? That would be hilarious.
All right. This is the city of Detroit versus Jamel Amir Lockhart. Case number SP121106111.
SP1211072
counts 1 and counts 2. SP1247989 counts 1, 2, and 3. And the state of Michigan versus Jamel Amir Lockhart, SX378296111. Appearance for the record, please, if he wants representation.
I should have paid attention. I could have figured out what he was being charged with.
Yeah.
They just listed the statutes, but I think it's license related.
Yeah.
Hereby special appearance on behalf of the
Turner, may I please have.
You notice he's still doing it?
Yes.
I'm here on behalf of Jamil Lockhart.
My name is All Rights Reserved, here by special appearance on behalf of Jamil Lockhart.
My name is All Rights Reserved, here on special appearance on behalf of Jamil Lockhart. I hate these people so much.
I have a can of kidney beans in my hand, and I honestly don't think it's heavy enough to deliver the amount of force to this man's head that I want it to. It's 15.5 ounces. I need at least another 5 ounces on this. This needs to be over a pound of weight on him. Freaking why? Why?
Turner, may I please
Because you-
have the gentleman to restate the name? I was not able to make the first part of that.
Name is All Rights Reserved.
Thank you.
That's so fucking VI, but dude, this guy just became Samuel L. Jackson. Look at him. He's like, you motherfucker. I'm in the review.
Stares at you, motherfuckerly.
That's exactly. Hold on. No, then. I had to I'm taking a screenshot because I'm going to make that a fucking meme. Right here. Saying, there we go. Stares at you, motherfucking me.
All right, today is the date and time set for a pre-trial. I'm gonna reschedule this for an in-person appearance on, what is that, October 12th, 2023. You're scheduled to appear in person, Mr. Lockhart.
Oh, that's funny.
On,
Pause.
on.
Yep.
So, kiss judge. He saw that look, and he went, you know what? We're gonna get you here in person, and the bailiff is gonna be waiting to take you to county.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen. That's like, he's like, no, you're scheduled to appear then, because this is when you're going to jail.
He's like, nah, you're coming to court,
He's
bro.
not having it. You had no in-person appearance, motherfucker.
October the 12th, 2023 at 8:30 a.m., okay?
Your Honor, there's a problem with that.
Well, I don't have a problem with it. What's your problem with it, sir?
Sir, the problem is Jamil Lockhart only exists on paper, and he can't show up physically in the courtroom.
Okay, well, the person that's representing Jamil Lockhart, you need to appear then.
Yeah, I believe the court has me confused with the entity, and I believe the reason you're trying to do a in-person meeting.
Sounds like a fucking SCP. The court has me confused with the entity. All rights reserved. The entity Jamil Lockhart.
Yes. Oh, you know what'd be really funny if he said that, and then as he's saying that, there's like men in SCP lab coats in the background, like, hey, you need to get back in your cell. Like, whoa, what the fuck? What? Holy shit, this is an FVP. Holy shit, plot twist.
Even his camera is tilted. Yeah, like he didn't actually rotate it. So good job, bro.
Meeting now is to try to throw me in jail for speaking out of turn. So under that kind of threat, that makes it hard for me to want to proceed with this.
That's your choice, Mr. Lockhart. If there's nothing further, you have a very good day. Your next date is October the 12th, 2023 at 8:30, and that is in person, all right? Have a good day, sir.
Receive my motion.
Done.
I haven't received a motion yet.
Okay, well, it's been filed, it's been timestamped. I'm not sure why you're not getting any of my motions. This is another problem with this proceeding.
Well, if you've got a federal lawsuit, I'm sure the federal judge will summons me to court, and I'll appear then, because I unlike you,
There you go.
I don't buy court. So
Hey, and like you, okay, Wow, Jesus, that was a little. I get it, he's done, but you can't do that as a judge. Like, even that is that as brief as that court hearing was. Unlike you, I'm compliant. Like, dude, now absolutely, this is justified to demand recusal. This is no longer about the law. You're now dismissed. I get it. You have a right to be, but now you have an obligation to recuse yourself because you're exercising the right to be back. Which is fine, but that's where we are.
Honestly, still not as bad as the Rick and Morty judge.
Oh, dude, I love that one. That one, holy shit. Dude, I think that one is probably the most irate and argumentative directly I've ever seen with any judge ever. I've never seen that kind of a scene. You know, I found the actual video, not the Rick and Morty one, but the actual fucking court cam.
Oh, can we watch that? I've never seen the court cam.
It was a Georgia case.
I've only ever
really?
seen
Okay, yeah,
the
here,
Rick and Morty case.
Yeah, here, let me. Yeah, it's in Georgia court that it happens. Here, let me. There's transcripts and shit. Hold on, let me see. If I can bring it up. I remember one of my chat actually tracked it down. They gave me the Rick and Morty version. And I said I would love to see the actual transcript. Get what up, Rick and Morty. What case? Original. Here we go. Georgia versus Denver, Rick Allen. Here we go. That is the name of the case. Give me a second.
Yeah, I've only ever seen the one where like Justin Roiland or whatever his name reads it. I've never seen the actual case.
Let me see if I can find it here. I know there's. I don't think. No, it's state of Georgia. Oh no, so that would be a federal. This is a transcript. Okay. Okay, they only have the transcript. Wait, no, here we go. Found it. Oh my god, I found it. Holy shit, I'm pretty sure this is it. Here. Recusal. There you go.
Alright, so
pretty sure that's it.
We're gonna finish this one, and then I really want to watch this because I've never seen it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Best of luck to you. Dwight Grimes.
Well, guys, we have come to the end.
That was it, I think, and then it's just him talking for the rest of it. Yeah. But that's where it ends for now. He gets told he has to show up to court.
For now, yeah. Well, that's the thing. But I could probably look it up. This went down in October 12th of 2023, so a couple years ago.
Yeah. So chat, I hope this is the right one. If you have never heard the Rick and Morty judge,
check the comments real quick. It might show in the comments if it is. No, not just Sense and Ground.
Wait, what?
Not this one, the other one.
Oh, the Rick and Morty one? It is. I remember this line specifically.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
The 4-page indictment.
Yeah, there we go.
Anyone here from Rick and Morty?
Oh, right, there we go. Found it.
Yeah, chat.
So glad.
So if you have never seen this, Justin Roiland at some point found a transcript of this, and he read it out as Morty and Rick. And all I can say is that it is completely in character for Morty and Rick. The way this judge and this guy acts. And if you have not seen this before, you are in for a fucking treat.
The state's listening, but what is it you want to tell me? Me and Mr. Fouché is coming to a head with each other. No, we're not getting along. He's a good lawyer, I'm sure, but he's told me blatantly last night that every bit of this defense strategy, wait, listen to me. Yes, sir. Alright? I want you to be careful because you're about to say what any lawyer talk about, which is privilege. No. Alright, then go ahead. He told me last night that he's in charge of all of the defense strategy. I have no say-so in my defense. I believe this is my life that we're trying here. It is. You're exactly right. I believe I should have some say-so in it. I mean, last night was the first time I've seen him in 7 months. That's just not true, Mr. Turner. That is. I've seen him twice in 7 months. But let me say, you wrote me a letter back in May, and I directed Mr. Fouché to go to the right thing. So you don't do it. Well, that's not true. I don't know about that. He came to my office and told me that he'd seen me. He'd seen me one time a while back.
This isn't the right one.
Then he sent me another.
What?
The Rick and Morty case was a totally different case in Floyd County, Georgia. The guy's name is Denver Fenton Allen. This is in Bibb County, Georgia. So this isn't the same.
Is it not?
He does the same stuff, but it says, no, I mean, yeah, when's the Rick and Morty audio started? Yeah, people are wondering, people thought that this was it, but no, this isn't it.
Okay, fair enough. Do we want to watch the Rick and Morty clip then?
Yes, please. It's so good. It's so freaking good.
Somebody animated the whole thing, by the way.
Yeah, they did. It's good too.
So chat, keep in mind, this is based on a real court transcript. Word for word, this was all said in court. Except for the starter preamble. The starter preamble. I can probably find the
transcript pretty easily, but the court camp's probably lost.
Yeah.
To enter the courtroom of Judge Morty Durham Jr. The people are real. The cases are real. The rulings are final. This is his courtroom. This is Judge Morty. 60-year-old inmate Rick Allen is being accused of committing murder of a fellow inmate at Georgia Penitentiary. Mr. Allen claims that he is being set up and that his lawyer is requesting sexual favors in exchange for proper legal advice.
Okay, okay, Mr. Allen.
Right.
I believe that your case was going to trial not this Monday, but the following Monday. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Okay, I tell you, if you need to tell me something, I'll let you come up here to the podium so you can speak into the microphone and I can hear you.
Yes, the attorney here, I'm wanting to fire him.
Uh-huh.
And, I don't feel like he's doing any...
Who are you going to hire?
I'm not going to hire nobody. I'm going to try to get a different public defender.
There isn't... You have a right to an attorney.
This lawyer has...
You don't have a right to a specific attorney.
This lawyer has made sexual advances on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I had to let him give me oral sex. He's had doctors at Central State Hospital put a false diagnosis on me.
Okay, I know Mr. Wyatt pretty well, and I don't think he has the ability to make doctors at Central State do anything.
Well, they did it, and he's the one that had me sit down there.
Well, they may have done it, but I don't think that he had anything to do with it.
All right, well, he won't give me the discovery. There's things in discovery he's supposed to give me the incident and told me that it was the discovery.
Okay.
They're alternating documents that I've read.
If you want the indictment, I'll make sure you get a copy of the indictment.
No, I'm saying I got the indictment, but he's not complying with discovery.
Okay.
I'm supposed to get the autopsy report, the coroner report, pictures of the crime scene.
Coroner report?
Criminal background records. I want...
Is this a murder?
In the county jail.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supposed to get...
I love that part.
I'm sorry, this is so fucking good because I can see how this went down in court. They're like, what is it? Is this? Yeah, but it happened in the fucking jail. And they're like, oh, okay. What the fuck are you?
I just love that the judge didn't know.
That's the funny thing. Like when it comes to like a prison murder, they're not going to do anything. Like they're not going to take pictures of the crime scene and stuff like that. They're going to do an investigation, but it's not as insane or intense as like one done out in the general population.
Yeah. That line always gets me. It was just coroner report. Is it a murder? It's like, yeah, in the county jail.
Is this a murder? Yeah, county jail. Oh, okay.
Get the criminal background
Yeah, like how
records,
did the
investigation.
fucking judge not realize this was a murder?
Yeah.
It's just a fucking murder?
I feel like because so much like useless bullshit comes across their docket, I feel like murder on the docket would probably be like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's gonna perk you up a bit.
We're doing something like that today? Traffic ticket,
Holy shit.
traffic ticket, murder, traffic ticket. Wait,
Double
what?
murder, suicide, holy hot damn!
Summaries. Mr. Wyatt, what discovery do you have?
Given him everything I have.
You've given him everything you have?
Yes, sir.
He's given you everything. This is a murder case, and you're telling me the only thing on discovery is a 4-page indictment? I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying he's given you everything he has. He ain't given me no autopsy report. He ain't given me no coroner's report. He ain't given me... Well, it may be that he doesn't have that. I don't know. That's what I've been trying to get. He didn't give me pictures of the crime scene. I've seen other people go to trial on murder charges. I've seen what you're supposed to get. I'm not going to work with this attorney. Well, you know, it's not gonna happen. I'm not going to trial with this attorney. Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with them, or two, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think that's... And I've got a right to have... Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. So basically, you're sitting here telling me, now you have a... find me guilty if I go to trial and try to defend myself? You're probably right. That would be my guess if you try to defend yourself. You don't know anything about selecting a jury, do you? No. Do you know anything about cross-examining witnesses? No. Do you know anything about criminal procedure? I know I don't have to let... Do you know anything? This guy suck my dick. Let me... to get some legal representation. You know something? I'll be honest,
Okay, not gonna lie, the
really
lean
don't
into the microphone for the suck of the dick was fucking chef's kiss.
Yeah.
That sounded like an actual lean in, like in a courtroom of someone getting looked to it. Oh, hey, leave the microphone alone.
And remember, chat, this is an actual court transcript. This was said in a courtroom by a judge and by a defendant.
And the nice thing is, the court stenographer is so good, they're going to get every stutter, every weird vernacular. Like, I didn't get no autopsy report. I didn't get no... Trust me, he was talking exactly like that, and the stenographer made sure everyone saw that.
Yeah.
That I'm not concerned if you believe it or not. I'm supposed to have a right to an attorney, and I'm not gonna work with this attorney. Well, that's up to you. So I hold myself in contempt if you try to pull me up here to court with that attorney.
Wait, what?
That's fine. I mean,
what?
I hold myself in contempt. How about that, Judge?
Holy shit, that's fucking... You just Uno reversed on me. I don't know what the fuck to do.
He's such a funny defendant.
That's up to you. I told you what your choices are. You can go to trial. I'm just telling you. Listen to me. I'll hold myself into contempt. Listen to me. Fuck you. Listen to me. Go fuck yourself. I'm through here. Y'all done? I'm finding you in contempt of court. I don't care. I know you don't. And I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm gonna add 20 days for everything you say. Fuck you. 40 days. Fuck you again. 60. Go fuck yourself. A year. Your mama. 10 years. Suck my dick. You know something? This is gonna be an interesting trial. Oh yeah? Oh yeah.
I want to see this in court so bad.
So I'm pretty sure there's a limit to how many days a judge can sentence you for contempt. And I'm pretty sure you can't sentence anyone to a year in jail for contempt. So that's not gonna happen.
Oh, it gets higher than that.
You're not supposed to smile in court.
And I'm like,
you know that if you smile,
fuck?
I can smile anytime I want. It's a violation. Now you're cussing and yelling at me. I have not cussed. Yeah, you did. I am yelling. Well, go fuck yourself. Suck my dick. That's why I'm yelling. Suck my dick. You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person I think I've ever met. You reckon if I let you suck my dick that I could get a fair trial here? Oh, I don't think so. I got a big dick now. And if I pull it out... I don't think that's gonna get you a fair trial unless you have every one of the jurors do it. I don't think that mouth is big enough, sir. I've got a big old donkey dick. dick. You know, I'm sure mine's not. I've got a big old donkey
The
dick for
fuck
that
is
ass.
the
Good.
dog
I'm sure
fuck?
the women love it. I don't fuck girls. Oh no. I'm sorry. I fuck boys. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men. I fuck boys. You prefer men, right? I fuck white boys. You white or black? White boys. Oh, butt boys? With big butts. Oh, of course. You know,
Butt boys.
you look
Again,
like a
this
queer.
is a transcript. This is a transcript. And a judge just said, you know, you look like a queer out of court document. So that happened.
I think I did see the aftermath of this. The judge did obviously get reprimanded.
Big time.
funny.
Oh, big time.
It's so fucking funny. Let's go back 10 seconds.
You prefer men, right? I fuck white boys. You white or black? White boys. Oh, butt boys? With big butts. Oh, of course. You know, you look like a queer. Well, okay, so now you're calling me a queer in the courtroom? I didn't call you one. I said you look like one. You're
You Holy shit.
It's just hard to picture like some old man judge up on the stand going, I didn't call you a queer. Did you
Dude,
look
just
like
losing
one?
it. Yeah, just fucking losing it. Is this a judge crash out? Yes, this is a judge crash out.
Big difference now. It is a huge difference. I didn't call you a queer. I said you look like a queer. I so wish that this case was recorded. But like the original video for this that Justin Roiland did is already like 7 or 8 years old. And then the court case was so much older than that. I don't even think courts were like regularly doing the Zoom thing at the time. It was way before COVID.
yelling. Do you understand the English language? Wait, you're yelling, you're laughing. Do you understand the English language? This is kangaroo court, sir. Do you know what? No, we're not in Australia. I mean,
By the way, I saw the original court transcript. The laugh right there was not in the original court transcript. The transcript was just that funny that Justin Roiland couldn't hold it in anymore, and he just had to laugh. He goes, it's kangaroo court. He's like, we're not in Australia? It's such like a bizarre dad comeback. I remember seeing the actual video of this somewhere. Maybe it was audio. God, I wish. I've never found it.
Yep, no, there's no audio. There's only transcripts. I have the transcripts here.
if you want to suck my dick, you can do it any time now. We can get this court order. You're so smart. Do we have to court order this? You're so funny. You're so cute. Can we get a court order to get my dick sucked, sir? You're so cute. I know all the inmates just love you to death. Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet. All the white butt boys love me to death, too. Okay, well, I'll bet they do. And I bet all the rest of them do, too. You ain't supposed to smile in court. I'll bet everybody enjoys sucking your cock. You ain't supposed to be smiling in court. That's a violation. I can smile anytime my dadgum want to. Now you're yelling at me again. I am. I'm yelling. You're getting mad. Can you hear me? You're shaking. I am yelling at you. Well, reckon you can suck my dick? Yelling. Can you take a break? Yelling. Can you take a break? I'm yelling at you. Can you take a break? Yelling. Can I get my dick sucked? Can you hear me? Yelling. Can I get my dick sucked? Yelling. Yelling. Are you ready to suck now? Have you got it all out? You know something? You will, but you want me to fuck you in the butt then, right? Oh my goodness. You've got plenty of that over in jail. I can see it in you.
Cute. Did you have a comment? Or you frozen over there?
That just was my comment. Holy shit.
Yelling.
Just holy
yelling.
fucking my god.
Yelling.
Yelling. Yelling.
When you've gotten to the point you're so mad, you're not even yelling something specific. You're just yelling the word
yelling. You're not yelling words. You're just, that's, you know what? He has now devolved into saying but a single name. What time I hit the old dusty trail?
When I came in the courtroom. Okay, that's fine. You're gonna be here on... Let me tell you how this is gonna work. You ain't gonna tell me shit. Listen. Suck my dick. Shut up. Listen to me. Suck my dick, you fuck man. Listen. Suck my dick. You will be here in the court on Monday. You'll be here sucking my dick. You will listen to me now. Go fuck yourself. Okay, I'm going to tell you how this is gonna work. You either listen or not. I
god.
Listen, suck my dick. Listen, fuck you. Listen, I'm gonna fuck you.
I think he said, I'm gonna fuck you, fuck man.
Yeah.
Like, what does that even mean?
I don't know if this actually happened in the courtroom, but I do love the detail on the animation is every time he says something no, he puts up another middle finger. And he just keeps adding to it.
Oh yeah, that's fucking great.
I like to imagine that actually did happen in the courtroom.
It absolutely did. It's now my headcanon.
I don't care. I'm through. Can I leave the courtroom? No.
No, you've got to stay here.
No, I'm not talking to the bastard.
We're
going to have the trial Monday week? No, the fuck we are. I ain't going to trial with this lawyer present. Listen, if you do not suck my dick, you stinking ass cracker. If you act like this, I will send you out of the courtroom. Old bitch ass cracker. Leave you out of the courtroom during the trial. Horse ass cracker. Do you understand that?
It's really hard to do that.
But do you understand that? Ass cracker.
I mean, this would probably be absolutely one of the necessary. I mean, here's the thing, like, even people who are this expletive and fucking disruptive, like, they'll have them in a freaking, like, in a straitjacket and shit. And before they'll have him, like, okay, we're gonna do court without, because, again, you have a right to face your accuser. And if the state is accusing you, you have a right to face the state. And then, so, it's a very high standard to get to, and I think this guy has gotten to it. But to be able to be removed from your own court hearing regarding a criminal charge is very, very difficult to do.
Yeah. So funny.
Do you understand that? Getting mad, ain't you? Stupid! Red face. Listen! Now you're calling me stupid? Listen! Yes, I am! This is kangaroo court. You know what? You have a constitutional right to be a dumbass. Why don't you jump up on the stand you have a constitutional jump around like a dumbass. Kangaroo, you dumb bastard. Well, if you... Suck my dick. I ain't listening to nothing you say. Come in here Monday weekend. How about this? I'll kill your whole family. And when I get in this trial, I'll murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a fucking hammer and feed them to you. Are you taking this down? Yes, sir. Okay, I'm gonna refer you to the district attorney's office. I don't give a fuck.
That's pretty good. I'm sorry, it's just Morty's fucking strength. I'm gonna refer you to the district attorney's office.
I love the you have a constitutional right to be a dumbass.
You do, you really do. I mean, I could back that up.
And it takes like such a turn too. It's just back and forth, suck my dick, you're a cracker, all this other stuff, and then suddenly it's like, I'm gonna go to your house, I'm gonna smash your kid's brains out with a hammer and then feed it to you.
He did, like, things were like, he was trolling, and then all of a sudden, he wasn't trolling anymore.
My sides hurt so much the first time I watched this. Oh, it's great. And just knowing this actually happened in a court somewhere.
We're watching Tuco from Breaking Bad have an argument with the judge.
So good.
Fuck who you're referring to. I'm just telling you. I thought you were referring to my motherfucking dick, fuck man. Aggravated assault, terroristic threats, and we'll just add to it. I don't give a fuck. I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee. Well, and now you're telling me...
Eat my ass if you want a bag of coffee. I'm not sure how the fuck that works, but yeah.
I love it. He just goes on like this long rant out of nowhere.
District attorney's office. I don't give a fuck who you're referring to. I'm just telling you. I thought you were referring to my motherfucking dick, fuck man. Aggravated assault, terroristic threats, and we'll just add to it. I don't give a fuck. I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee. Well, and now you're telling me that I got to go to trial with this fuck man over here. He's probably a pedophile. You're obviously fixated on butts and dicks. Huh? I'm fixated on your mouth. No, you're fixated on butts and dicks. You got a nasty mouth, sir. I have an awful mouth. You have a big old fat mouth. I do. You gotta have a big big old mouth to get this dick in it. I sure do. All right. Yep, I'm proud of it. I'll make sure the next time I come to court, I'll pull it out and jack on you. Okay, why don't you do that right now? I jack on white boys. Well, why don't you do that right now? Just like I jack on females. Do it right now. I can't do it now. Do it now. I ain't got. I don't care. Take off the cuffs. How many hands do you have to to do it? Take off the cuffs. Come on. No. Jack off. This is kangaroo court. Come on, jack off. This is kangaroo court. Jack
Guys,
off right
that's
now.
a
Are
judge.
you getting this? Yeah,
Tell a guy to jack off in court. Transcribed. Lawli, holy shit.
I love the how many hands do you have to have to do it?
Holy crap. Dude, yeah, that was such a random fucking statement.
This unironically is what got me interested in court proceedings. Granted,
honestly, yeah.
nothing like this has ever
I
shown
can
up
see
since then. But this did get me interested in like reading more
honestly,
court proceedings.
Another great one. Would you love to see Dr. Schmiegel's cross?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, his the cross examination of Dr. Schmiegel with the debt fee heard case.
Yeah.
That's such a fucking wild cross examination of an expert witness. I mean, it is here. Let me see if I can bring it up. It's fucking. I mean, the guy does weird shit with his lips and stuff. At one point, he's asked a question, and he just stops. He's like stroking his chin, and then he looks up at the judge and he goes, "Do I have to answer that?" And the judge is like, "Yes, you have to answer questions." And it was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Do you know what happened to the judge after this? You said he got in trouble. How bad? I don't remember exactly how bad. He did get sanctioned.
I had to look it up. Oh yeah, I imagine yes, at least suspension. Oh shit!
It was in like it was in newspapers at the time in his county, where it was like judge. I think the headline I saw was something like "Judge sanctioned after verbal courtroom brawl."
Found it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is Johnny Deppler's feisty cross-examination of Dr. Spiegel.
We'll definitely have to go over
Let
that.
me go ahead and give this to you. Yeah, hold on.
Watch the Bandai Namco showcase? I didn't know they had a showcase today.
Gonna make sure this guy done called me stupid. This motherfucker done told me he was gonna suck my dick. I did not say that. You wanted me to fuck him in the butt. I did not say that either. You're a real nasty ass judge. I am indeed, and you're going to find out how nasty I really am. You'll find out how nasty I am when I murder your whole family, bitch. Okay, that's fine. You know, you'll be in jail so long you won't have a chance. The babies will be going, Daddy, help me. I'm just going to knock their brains out with the fucking hammer.
He fucking broke character there. That's so fucking funny. I'm surprised he went this far into it.
He couldn't hold it in.
Like honestly, like that was fucking impressive.
It's a wild quirk. Like it's hard.
Well, you know, if I had any kids, you'd probably be able to do that. But since I don't have any, it doesn't really matter. Well, then I'll get your nieces, your nephews, your sisters. It doesn't really matter. I don't have any of those either. Grandkids. I don't have any of those either. Aunties, aunts. How can I have grandkids if I don't have any kids? Brothers.
Such a stupid fight, and I love it. I'm gonna have grandkids if I don't have kids.
I mean, that would be something I would like in the middle of all this stupid argument. I would immediately ask that question.
You would just pick up on it on accident.
My autistic brain would be unable to repeat. I'm like, what is the logic there? What are you talking about? Yeah, we're talking about threats and everything, but I would literally on and on. How the fuck can you have grandkids if you don't have kids?
Sisters, stupid. You know, you're just completely have no idea of the English language. If you're not gonna suck my dick, sir. I don't want to be here. Okay, I've enjoyed this. I hope you have. I know everybody else in the courtroom has enjoyed it, but you can go now. And all right, well, if on Monday week this happens again, you will not stay in the courtroom. Suck my dick, sir. Okay. I'm subpoenaing y'all's ass in the courtroom.
Amazing. Holy shit.
The fact that this was actually happening in a courtroom is fucking wild to me. But I hope those of you who have never seen that before got a kick out of that. It is probably one of my favorite transcript readings ever.
So here is a little bit of exposition on this. This is when they're going through their expert witnesses for the defamation trial regarding Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Dr. Spiegel was an expert witness for Amber Heard's side, and he was supposed to be I think it was a PTSD specialist or something, but he was also like supposed to be like he really like went in on like the Johnny Depp's drug abuse and that being a part of why he like abused Amber Heard. Like what he was brought in as an expert witness and what he was asked did not match up. Johnny Depp's team picked up on that and decided to attack that in cross, and that's what we're about to see.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
Well, I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No. When Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right.
And there was one that was ordered.
I remember saying this when this case was going on, and I have to get your opinion on it. This guy right here.
Yeah, of course.
Jordan Peterson on meth.
No, this is Doofenshmirtz. This is the live action doppelganger of Doofenshmirtz. Prove me fucking wrong.
Fair. I just think he looks so much like Jordan Peterson.
No. He got cracked out. Jordan Peterson is fucking very accurate. I completely agree. That is fucking gold. But what is going on right now is he ended his testimony basically saying that he did this whole thing where he did a violation of something that psychologists have to abide by. They're going to get into it, but he basically was psychoanalyzing Johnny Depp on stand as an expert witness when, in fact, they tried to get a court-ordered mental evaluation of Johnny Depp, and the court denied it. So he's trying to fucking color it one way. Spiegel is coloring it another way, but this guy's going to come in and go, look, this isn't even why you were brought in, and we're now going to bring you in. Let's talk about your credentials and the fact that you just ethically violated several rules that psychologists have to follow.
Yeah. I also remember people talking about this during the case, but it almost seemed like he had like a brand deal with Gatorade. Because people always noticed that
he was always making sure that Gatorade was in shot. It's fucking weird.
Not just that it was in shot, but that specifically the G was facing the camera.
Yeah, no, he always makes sure of that. It's fucking weird.
It's got to be like some weird OCD thing with him that it has to be facing a certain direction when he looks at it.
It probably is, and it's probably he's very TV mind oriented. I think he's like, maybe Gatorade will fucking sponsor me. Yes, I fucking show them that I can fucking highlight their product. Oh my god.
Therapy sponsored by Gatorade.
In fact, right?
There was.
All right.
Sidebar. Which, understandable, this is getting a little weird. Let's get back on track. And by the way, Don Otto mentions here, this was not a domestic abuse case. Domestic abuse was brought and alleged, but this was actually a case of defamation on behalf of Amber Heard, having written an article and republished it on Twitter that colored Johnny Depp as an abuser. But it was not itself a domestic abuse case.
Yeah. Like, basically what they were kind of going for with this and why the domestic abuse kept coming up is it's not defamation if it's true, basically, in the United States. Which is not...
Yeah, that's what they were going for. Truth is the ultimate defense to defamation in the United States.
But the problem is her, and the reason it didn't really work out particularly well for her, was her truth was he said, she said. And then her other proof was, well, over in a different country, they said I was valid. It's like, okay, but we don't care about what England says. Like,
yeah, we really fucking don't.
We kind of went to a war over that.
And what's even funnier, too, by the way, because the case in England that happened was another defamation case that Johnny Depp brought against the tabloid magazine company, The Sun. Johnny Depp's ex, Amber Heard, was brought in as a witness and had some of her like testimony written down and then read in court, but it had nothing to do with her. Like, it was actually specifically the defamation that The Sun levied against Johnny Depp. Amber Heard was brought in as a witness at one point, but that's it.
Yeah.
So, honestly, the litigation between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp only happened in one jurisdiction, and that is the United States.
Also, in the UK, they basically let The Sun off of defamation using the excuse, well, all they're doing is reporting what Amber Heard said, so technically it's not defamation.
It was in a jury trial. Yeah, exactly. It was not a jury trial. It was a bench trial. So basically, the judge is the sole finder of fact, and the judge allowed Amber Heard to write in as a witness 7 times. That is an almost unheard of number of times to write in over a case like this as a witness. And it's kind of funny as well because after the results of the Virginia case that happened, that judge actually found out that perjury had been committed in his court, and he resigned in shame shortly after.
Yeah.
All right, so the last thing you talked about was the Goldwater rule.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of?
Associated, but I'm a member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. Yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
Mm-hmm. And you know that over time...
Dude, I'm sorry, but that's splitting. Like, you know what's coming. Dude,
yeah.
Dr. Spiegel knows what's about to come. He's like, I'm so fucking in it. I gotta split every hair I can to muddy the waters here. No, dude, you fucking violated the Goldwater rule. That's what happened.
Yeah. Like, it's guidelines in the sense that you're not gonna, like, get arrested for it. But...
So, for those who don't know, I'm gonna give you a brief little overview of what the Goldwater rule is. The Goldwater rule is a ethical guideline with the American Psychiatric Association that prevents psychologists who are associated with that larger group of psychologists from commenting or otherwise diagnosing public figures, presidential candidates or otherwise, without having actually done a one-on-one face-to-face session with them. because at the time we were having a big problem where psychologists were coming out and saying, oh, this person has narcissistic personality disorder, even though you've only ever seen that person on interviews and stuff, and you're doing it for a cash fucking reward that's being put out by this other candidate. It became this big fucking problem because people look at psychiatrists with some reverence. There's a lot of respect there. Okay, this person knows how people's brains work. And so this association saw, okay, this is a lot of power for people to have, and we need to limit it, and we need to make sure that people cannot comment or try and diagnose other people without an actual interview face-to-face. And so that was dubbed the Goldwater rule, and it was later applied to public figures like Johnny Depp, actors and other things like that, even influencers, I think in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah.
American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say, about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I'll reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without a direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen, but regardless of that,
yes.
Yeah.
He says that like that's a bad thing.
There because this is getting well, and here's the thing, it's
that
like,
would nullify expert witness evaluation without direct examination. Yeah.
Yes, that's the point. He makes it like this egregious thing, like, oh my god, this is such a fine. No, it's not. You cannot fucking enter or weigh in an expert opinion without directly examining the subject of your freaking opinion. Come on, this is basic shit.
Like, the only time I would think, or that I've seen them kind of bring in an expert to talk about something they have not seen before is to, like, comment specifically on stuff like procedure. Not, like, whether or not it is or isn't one way or the other, but whether or not it was, the procedures were handled correctly.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so funny that he says that. It's like, yeah, that's kind of how it already works.
That's kind of the entire goal, actually, is to limit that kind of expert opinion, because it is unethical and it is inherently dishonest.
But you're telling me I can't do unethical things in court? Why would you say that?
Yeah. By the way, did you hear about the rumor that they got the wrong Dr. Spiegel?
What?
Apparently there's 2 Dr. Spiegels, both of which are psychiatrists. If you look up the other Dr. Spiegel, his classifications fall far more in line with what they want for an expert witness than what they got with this guy. It's believed that this guy just freaking answered the call, and they didn't realize he was the wrong guy until it was too late.
What? I did not hear about that.
Yeah, I'll bring that up for later.
That sounds wild.
But yeah, I was reading into that whole thing. I was like, oh my god, if this is true, god damn, how could you pay your lawyer $6 million and they get the wrong guy?
That sounds funny as hell. They were so they were so incompetent when they dealt with this.
The whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists
So now,
are
see what he did
ethically
there.
prohibited.
See how he went from, he was very specific when he mentioned, that would eliminate expert testimony and opinion when it comes with lack of an examination. But now he just moved it to that would eliminate expert testimony in the courtroom, period. No, that's absolutely completely false and incredibly dishonest as far as an answer.
Yeah. That's funny.
From evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole
I
thing,
got a hint how
we
he
might as well
talks.
get rid of all the
He's
expert
annoying.
witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings. Because that you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on the medical record with our doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
I'm not saying.
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Well, give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying, and what I'm reading to
honestly,
you
the judge should have stepped in
is
there.
a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
My first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that. But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take
But
that
it was
as a
later
public
amended.
figure.
Yep.
What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rules say we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA.
Yes or no, sir?
Secondarily,
Judge, can you compel a witness to answer?
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then
so
the
off
answer
the
is
rails.
yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony.
If you're saying I'm unethical, you have to say every single forensic psychologist ever is unethical.
Everyone's corrupt. Everyone, he just fucking, he crashed out and he tried to, Samuel from the Bible, take the building down with him. It's like, dude, no, that's not how this works.
He thought he had something. He thought he made it.
Well, here's the funny thing. Yeah, he thought he did. And Lopez says also, I love how even the cross-examiner is kicking. He's trying not to. He's really trying not to because it comes across as unprofessional. You can get admonished by the judge for it. But God, this guy's really hard not to laugh at. Like, really, really fucking hard not to laugh at.
Yeah.
Testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I am saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness, and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater, and we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
that was initially for presidents, yes.
Well, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Yeah, it's anybody.
It was named after them. According to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, here we go.
My intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you
oh my God, I'm gonna
is that if you say this about an individual, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation.
I think he's paid hourly. That's why.
You are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of
no, it's not any public figure. It's any individual. The rule is specifically written and amended to include, like, you're just, it's unethical for somebody to evaluate you without examining you.
Yes.
They can't do it.
He's coping so hard.
He very much is.
Without seeing them, and I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me, that unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because
here's a super funny real quick, because the reason why, like, as a cross-examiner, you could try and keep the guy focused on answering his questions, and if this was a witness beyond just an expert witness, you might do that. But this guy's testimony and his answers are ruining all the credibility so fucking effectively that as a cross-examiner, you just let him go. Because every word he says buries him in deeper and only makes your side look more credible.
Yeah.
So, honestly, I've had people ask me, why doesn't he stop? Why doesn't he have the judge? No, honestly, this is all great for the cross. Because this just shows that this individual is not credible, and nor should his testimony be considered an expert opinion.
Under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes or no, sir? You said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking, examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination.
You know what's funny?
And without conducting an.
I've been in this courthouse.
Oh, is it a nice one?
Not for the Johnny Depp. Yes, it's a very nice one, but it's such a rural county. It's kind of funny. I think it's Amelia County. I think that's the one. It's one of the ones around there. But I visited a friend over there, and they had to go to traffic court, and we went into this courtroom for the traffic court.
Yeah.
So and I didn't know this until way later. Then I'm like, oh my god, that was the fucking court that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had their trial at.
Random things my high artistic ass notices. Johnny's tie is cool. I like black and gold pattern.
Dude, Johnny was dripping.
Yeah.
This entire trial. He was hitting that out of the park.
Evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance
then how are you
use
an
by
expert in it?
themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that.
Oh my
Narcissistic
god,
personality
I'm gonna fucking
traits is not a diagnosis.
stab my own ear out.
Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe
and
you
you've
just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony,
I'm sorry, did
you
he
are
just say narcissistic personality is not a
So if you
psychiatric diagnosis?
He's trying to say that he didn't say they were narcissistic. He said they had narcissistic traits, and saying you have narcissistic traits is not a diagnosis.
I thought he. Well, now
Which-
but it's fucking speaking towards one. Like what, dude? Like, come on, like that's such a fucking splitting of hairs.
I wouldn't even
If
say
you
it's
tell a reasonable
splitting hairs.
individual,
I
a
would say it's
layman,
just lying.
That hey, this person has narcissistic personality traits. What do you think that reasonable individual is going to surmise? They're going to assume you mean narcissistic personality disorder. Whether or not you directly actually diagnose them or you opined on their traits is irrelevant to the fact that your layman, the jury, is going to take that as MPD.
Well, I kind of mentioned this before, but my two interests have always been legal and psychological. And I would say from a psychological perspective, it's not even just like a leading thing, he's just lying. Because what he's trying to say is that unless you like say somebody's autistic or something, it's not a diagnosis. No, a diagnosis is everything leading up to that. It's kind of like saying, I went to a doctor and a doctor found like all these different problems with me, but he didn't actually diagnose me with anything because he didn't say like I had a specific illness. He just identified a lot of issues. Like, no, all those issues are part of the diagnosis. Just because you don't put a name on it doesn't mean you were not diagnosed. And that's what he's trying to get away with. He's like, well, I didn't put a name on it, so it's not technically a diagnosis. Well, sir, you're technically just lying.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But that you really did, because what you are referencing is a DSM-5, which has several freaking traits that if your client freaking exhibits them, once it reaches a certain there's a point modifier for it, and then boom, that equals that diagnosis. But what you are saying is that he has one or more of these traits that lead to that diagnosis. So you are diagnosing him. You're at least in the process of it.
Yeah.
Which we are saying is unethical. It's a violation of the Goldwater rule because you have not directly examined the person that you are opining on.
Yeah, so personally I would say this isn't even like a splitting hairs thing. I would just say he's straight lying.
He's just lying. Okay.
That's personal opinion, I guess, on that.
I mean, he's being intentionally dishonest for damn sure.
Yeah. Because he kind of knows he can get away with it.
See that expert witnesses
I will
are
say
unethical
one
based
critique I've
on
had
that.
of this judge too lenient.
Yeah.
She should have had them a lot more in line.
But at the same
Look at
time,
that pause frame.
the judge letting them just speak let them all, like, really hurt their case because they just look like assholes.
It's true. It's true.
So in a sense, it kind of helped them.
It really did.
I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. But thank you. Go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that.
There we go. You're
you need to just
finally
answer the
fucking
question.
Simon. All right, you need to just
You
answer
are not
yes and no.
rendering
Stop being a
any
dick.
diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances? I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of
What the fuck? Oh my god, you can't say what the fuck?
I love it. He's like, I didn't say that, but I am thinking it right now. Well, you just said it out loud. Just
I'm sorry, I was mid-biting a sandwich. I got sandwich fucking everywhere because that made me spit take. Anyway, continue. Holy shit.
By the chat, this is why the Johnny Depp trial got so many people like interested in law, because I don't think people realize that courtrooms could be anything other than like bland back and forth between guys in suits who get paid way too much money. They really, people are really sleeping on the amount of hilarity that can come out of cross-examination.
Diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder, but yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors. Mm-hmm. And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors
that are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right. And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits, as opposed to the disorder, doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct thing. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
How far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IPV. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is
Answer the
behaviors
phone.
and traits
Oh
that
my
are
God, I'm there.
consistent
Full.
with the
Okay.
diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you've previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect.
You didn't testify that.
Cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait, I said cluster, no.
Let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said.
That's literally just what you said.
I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at
Dad,
all the
did you
intimate
see
partner
that
violence
look?
literature,
He shot the judge. The attorney just went,
you will
look, I'm
see
trying my
that
fucking best
cluster
here.
B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits,
which are the
what
narcissistic traits.
Personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the questions.
Okay.
I don't know why we're arguing psychiatry. I thought that's what you were an expert on. Isn't that like why you were here, to be an expert on that subject and be questioned about it?
Kind of, yeah, and yeah, fucking yeah.
Why are you asking me about psychiatry? I don't what are you doing?
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
I had watched this originally when it first came out, and the one part I always remember is where he is so up his ass. He goes, "Why are you questioning me on this? I told you what it is." Because you're in court.
Yeah.
Your word isn't just law just because somebody brought you in here.
The part that I always remember is when he hears the question. He's like doing this weird shit with his chin and his lips, and then he stops and he looks at the judge and goes, "Do I have to answer that?" And the judge is like, "Yes, you have to answer questions."
He just like, I don't know how he ended up like in this particular situation that he doesn't understand what's going on. But like you said, maybe it's the wrong person apparently.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute. Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But
less so. It's good. Less so. It's a risk factor, but less so, yes. Yeah. Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So,
which
traits under narcissistic...
I'd like to point out that this psychiatrist just said that somebody who is histrionic is less likely to attack their partner than somebody who has some narcissistic traits.
That is what he just did.
That is absolute bullshit.
Remember, histrionic, which is literally like, that's like the fucking play acting personality disorder, okay? These motherfuckers will dramatize everything. They will remember as though their life was a drama.
He is coping very hard because he knows that these are traits Amber Heard has, and he has to defend her.
Histrionic personality disorder has a very high correlation with violence.
Yes. It is, like, basically 1-to-1. If you're histrionic, you're probably going to beat the shit out of somebody at some point. And he's like, no, it's less so. Yeah. You're more likely if you're narcissistic. Okay. Good cope, brother.
There's a part in Amber Heard's testimony that showcases her histrionic personality disorder perfectly. She talks about the first time that she got slapped by Johnny Depp. And she reads it like she recalls it like it's a fucking play or something. She was on the couch, said she wasn't, and she was on the floor, and she remembers how dirty the tassels of the carpet were. It's like, this is not how normal people recall memories. You just got the shit slapped out of you. Your only memory are going to be, ow, that fucking hurt, and how dare you.
Yeah. And in reality, she's sitting here and she's trying to be like, wow, the tassels on this floor are actually kind of dirty. That's like a fucking skit from The Office.
That's not fucking... It's so real.
That's genuinely like a skit you would see on a comedy TV show where somebody gets knocked on their ass and they're like, ooh, wow, there's like dirt under this table.
Wow, we really need to clean this up. Like, yeah, exactly. It does not... It's almost human. It's a very uncanny valley. That's the problem with people with histrionic personality disorder. They're almost like an AI. They're not quite there. They know what they need, but they put too much of it in it.
Yeah.
It's so fucking weird.
Because like what she was getting at with that is she was trying to like dramatize what happened better. So she was like, if it was like a movie, what would make this like whole scene more dramatic? And
she was recalling it like a screenplay.
Yeah. And she doesn't realize that no, a normal person isn't going to be paying attention to the fucking tassels on the carpet. They're going to be terrified out of their mind that they just got the shit smacked out of them and nobody's there to help them. What actually is histrionic?
Personality disorder is a cluster B type. Oh, actually, you go, Misa. You got this.
Oh, I was going to look up the specific definition so I didn't get it wrong.
That's fair.
Yeah. Histrionic personality disorder is a mental condition marked by unstable emotions, a distorted self-image, and an overwhelming desire to be noticed. People with HPD will often behave dramatically and inappropriately in order to get attention.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, he's asking this.
Histrionic is Latin for overly theatrical, and that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's overly theatrical personality disorder. Basically, they think their life is a movie, and they want their surroundings to reflect that. So they want all the attention. It's literally like clinically diagnosed main character syndrome.
Pretty much, yeah. And he's bringing this up to the psychiatrist because Amber Heard has both histrionic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder.
Borderline, which, oh my god, to have both, holy shit. I think it was Shannon Curry who goes over her, and she spent less than 20 hours with Amber Heard. But fucking Amber Heard fell for every hook, line, and sinker in the DSMV to highlight malingering or like pretending to overstate your symptoms to get a particular outcome in your evaluation. Like, yeah, it's just Amber Heard is classic hook, line, and sinker, histrionic, and borderline personality.
Yeah, and they're trying to be like, oh, this doesn't read bad about her. However, Johnny Depp doing some drugs reads bad about him.
Yeah.
Which I will say, under some circumstances, that is like a valid point. However, the drugs that Johnny Depp was typically doing were what we call downers, where instead of increasing your heart rate and stuff, they basically pull you backwards. They pull you down. So that's why, because Amber actually plays videos of him on drugs, and most of the time he's half asleep.
that. You cannot be a violent monster if you're freaking, like, tranquilized. It's just not possible.
Yeah. Like, there's a couple different kind of drugs, but often people file them into two categories, uppers and downers. Johnny Depp was big on downers. Stuff to, like, bring him down. It's... People on downers aren't typically known for violence.
Hence this issue with alcohol. It's like people who rely overly on alcohol, get a physical dependence and tolerance, they end up being able to, like, resist the downward part of alcohol, but alcohol is a depressant.
Yeah.
It's part of what, exactly, it's a sedative.
Hi, Ava. Jupiter here saying hi. Hi, Mizutamari in chat. Well, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of... Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the...
See, I see where he is coming from as a layman. The problem is he's not a layman, so he doesn't have an excuse for this. Because for a layman, when you hear that question, right? It's like, okay, well, I don't, like, can you be more specific for me? But if you're in court, the question specifically is supposed to be, did you know about this? And the answer is, yes, I did know, or no, I didn't know. Not like this whole fight.
Cross-examination is the only kind of examination, unless you get permission to treat your witness as a hostile witness. That means you can ask them leading questions. Cross-examination is all leading questions, which means yes or no. The issue here is, though, this response wasn't like, oh, I'm a little confused. This was a active and malicious attempt by Dr. Spiegel to confuse the jury about whom the diagnoses were about. Yeah. That's what that was.
And it's pretty obvious.
Because remember, there is a jury here, and so everything that they're doing is playing to the jury. You have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, and it's pretty obvious, because he says, did you know that only one person here has been, like, formally diagnosed? And then when he brings up that it's Amber, he's like, yeah, I know that she's formally diagnosed. Okay, so you know there's only one person formally diagnosed, and you know Amber is diagnosed. Why are you playing these, like, back and forth games?
Who are you talking about, though? Are you talking about Johnny, or you're at Amber? We just went through this, motherfucker. I swear to God.
Yeah. He's trying to play this game because they're in front of a jury. But in reality, I don't think any of them realized how bad it made them look in front of the jury. A lot of the jury seemed to... The read I understood from, like, post-jury interview stuff was that they basically saw Amber Heard's entire legal team and witnesses as just assholes.
The diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are... I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits...
What do you mean?
I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that, one, I don't expect perfection from my victims. Two, absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Heard had. Absolutely.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. He clearly misspoke. He didn't mean this as it sounded. But he said, I don't expect perfection from my victims.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, fucking what? You want victims? Where are you holding them?
Just as a clarification, chat, what he's trying to say and failing to say is that when he talks to victims, he doesn't expect them to act perfectly. Which is a normal,
he says it's
psychologist thing. But he says it in a way that makes it sound like he has people in his basement.
He's got people. His victims. Oh my God.
He's also, yeah, his bias is showing because he calls Amber a victim. He says that on purpose.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
get it gets it in the jury's head, like, oh, she is a victim. Or that's the goal he's
Yeah.
going for. But Amber
Who's
kind of
that
dispels that later.
skinwalker?
I do it before. Let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
Under doing,
Yes or
you're
no?
saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with someone you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
Okay,
I don't know the-
we can move on. You don't know the rule.
Yeah, exactly. Derek, you don't. Yeah, God, that was down. Yeah. Oh,
All right.
Jesus.
You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
And they thought this made them look good in front of the
What
jury.
do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What do I use a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony?
no.
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay. Because
Okay, so chat, this is something that you would have had to get through the first one, but now he's trying to say that, well, I saw Johnny Depp in interviews, and I'm comparing his behavior in interviews to my analysis. In reality, what he originally said in deposition was that he watched a lot of Johnny Depp's movies, and he was comparing Johnny Depp's behavior in Pirates of the Caribbean to how he was behaving in the courtroom.
As an actor, and he was evaluating Johnny Depp's processing speed based on those performances. Fucking absolutely brainwash. People wonder why psychology is not respected as a field of science. This shit is why.
Yeah, and I think something somebody said got to him, and he realized how stupid of a take that was. So now he's trying to change it and be like, actually, I meant interviews. I saw him in interviews, which still isn't good, because anybody that actually knows about those interviews knows that you're typically given all the questions ahead of time. And sometimes some places will slip in one or two questions you didn't pre-approve. But most of these big actors already know what they're going in.
Yeah, which is why you'll get, like, walkouts and shit, but...
Yeah. But, like, most of the time, these actors know exactly what they're walking in to answer, and they have all of the questions down. And any pauses are dramatic effect a lot of the time. They're not real.
As you know, you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Just
yeah,
clarify.
yes,
but as
that
an aside,
was
you
so
can judge
defeated.
someone's
That was so
processing speed
fucking defeated.
at any time. Like I'm judging yours.
I love that he immediately swaps to, but I can judge his processing speed whenever. No, you can't.
Self, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, it's like, no, you
Okay,
can't.
okay, so you're I like psychiatry is also an interest to me, but like, do you know what he means by processing speed? Because I don't think I've ever really heard psychiatrists use processing speed as a rubric for determining like a mental acuity or like quickness.
Yeah, I genuinely am not 100% sure why he's trying to do this or what he means by it.
I'm just making sure because it's been a little bit of a hobby of mine too. Where I'm like, I don't know what he means by processing speed.
Yeah, it's just something that feels like he came up with on the spot. It's like, no, it's not really
I can judge his CPU, and just like that, yeah, the things that chat is exactly right. And it's what it feels like, yeah, he's got a 4.2 gigahertz quad core i9. like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, like nobody knows what this guy's trying to get at right now. He's trying very hard to do whatever he's trying to do, and it's not working in his favor, honestly.
Right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about it. So I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying.
Thanks, Drew.
Yeah.
Jesus
but no,
Christ.
any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you?
I like you can hear the court laugh.
That movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions, yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy. No, I didn't see Willy Wonka and I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened. Whatever it was about. No,
you didn't see Willy Wonka?
All right.
How dare?
You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
Meh. I will say this is probably some of the weaker questions.
It is. However, I think it really affected how the jury saw him. Because when you get such a blatantly...
that's why they were being asked, because...
Yeah. Like when you get such a blatantly obvious question of, do actors rehearse? And you're like, I have no idea. I'm not an expert in acting.
Hey, that's the thing. Everything they ask him, they're giving him gold. I mean, they're giving Johnny Depp freaking this case on a silver platter. So it's like, yeah, I find it where he focused on this acting thing a little bit, but the guy's responses are just so brain dead. It's like, yeah, dude, this guy's done.
Yeah, like all you gotta say is, yes, actors rehearse. But you can't say that, because if you say that, then his next question is immediately gonna be, okay, so you know they rehearse, but you're still pretending like all of this, like he did, is just random.
Off the cuff, yeah. They just started hitting record, and you Truman Showed it. You think that's how actors do it? Oh.
Yeah. And he knows he can't admit that.
No, he can't, even though he did a disposition. And that's why he's like, fuck, I have to deal with this. Because it's all in the transcript in his disposition. And they're going to ask about it. And he's like, fuck. Which is why he's like, okay, well then I misspoke then. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Like, he's trying to get past it. And that's why they're poking. Because this is a nice little fresh wound for Dr. Spiegel.
Yeah. And it's really fucking funny.
During your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
I'm just going to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. You probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. Okay, and what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition. Okay, and again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before. All right. So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure.
Look, I didn't call you queer. I just said you look like a queer.
This is like such a hard cope.
Snippet, I'm sure was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Oh, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
In my practice, in my practice? No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots, or patients as idiots, or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore,
just take the L, brother.
It was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
He can't take it. Is it pride?
You don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I said by functioning, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in
You're
terms
also not
of,
world famous.
Balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult, I can't hear, I'm sorry, on what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline
something happened
from the way Mr.
That
Depp
bailiff
testified.
just escorted her out.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I see that.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
All I'm asking you is
So I'm not sure if this was the specific reason. However, I did hear afterwards that a couple people ended up getting escorted out because they couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, that might have been one of them. I know there's a few things that happened with the galley. I know that one of the people was passing. They were in a galley. They were passing their cell phone to one of the lawyers on Amber Heard's side, and that was a big deal.
Oh,
the
yeah,
judge fucking blew up about that.
I do know there were a couple times, though, a couple people got removed for laughter. So she's possible one of the laughter ones. Which, granted, some of the testimony is really fucking funny.
Wait, don't, no, stop. Is that, okay, look over, point at the cursor at the attorney's head that's on the bench right now, and then go over, to the left, to the next guy.
Oh, this guy?
Nope, one more. Him, yeah. Isn't that Larry? That looks like the DUI guy.
It might be. I know he was in court
I'm
for some of
pretty
the
sure
days,
he went to the, yeah, he was in, yeah. I think that's him. Oh, sorry, I just noticed that. I'm like, oh, shit.
That possibly is.
I think it is. It really looks like him. I know Ian Roku was here for a few times, and some other ones were.
That's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
Me directly talking to him. Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right.
There you go.
This
all you had to say.
Exam you gave. Well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing?
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia, for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, he didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam, out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah.
Well, is he okay?
3. But again, the memory section in and of itself tests
he kind of looked
memory.
deer in the headlights for a second.
So what he's trying to cope with here is he's trying to say that, well, Johnny Depp failed a part of the exam, ergo he failed the whole thing. That's not how that works. The exam is a
Not at all. That's
completeness
why, yeah.
thing. If you pass like the whole thing, it typically is not a sign of cognitive decline. If you failed certain aspects of it, that could mean that there are other problems happening. That's why, what is it? It's when police pull you over and they do the DUI test, right? It's why there's multiple different kinds that check for different stuff. Because just because you fail one of them does not necessarily mean you are drunk or impaired. If you fail every single one of them, you probably are drunk or impaired.
Aggregation of them. Yeah, exactly. It's a numbers game. It's a spectrum, and the entire industry or field of psychiatry or neurology, whatever you want to call it, has to pin things down on that spectrum, because two people could have ADHD and their behavior varies wildly, but there's those few traits that have to be pinned down that share a common diagnosis. So it's a complicated thing, and he's trying to make it. Oh yeah, no, they filled the memory chest. Therefore, he's lost forever.
Yeah. Well, that could be a million things. It could be he didn't hear it correctly. It could be he had a headache and he just wasn't focused. Doesn't necessarily mean you had cognitive decline. That's why it's a big test with many questions that's 30 points total.
Yep.
The only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you scored 27 out of 30 and you missed 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
He's coping so
Again,
fucking hard.
You wouldn't expect to not recall
Honestly, 27 out of 30 is pretty damn good.
There's a
Like, I
cognitive
expect
issue.
most people to score like 25.
Yeah.
And again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and
there,
alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old, also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol, and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. I think I agree with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. Yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know.
Oh, look, the Gatorade isn't facing the camera.
How he scored
oh, he messed up.
You don't
there goes the brand deal.
At the time on drugs and alcohol.
Yeah, he's done.
But you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You
oh
rely
my God.
on a test that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini-mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no.
That's why when somebody shows up for a mental health exam, you typically do it in multiple days, like 7 or 8 times. Not just once.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Jesus Christ. Then you average out those scores, and that helps you filter out anything that might, like, okay, first day he came, he was fucking high as shit. Guarantee you he wasn't the second day, because it had him for the second day.
Yeah. Like, that's why you're supposed to do it across multiple days, multiple tests. Ugh.
No idea. So
disgrace to the profession.
That means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini-mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So.
Let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation. You know the word, right?
Oh, yeah. That's his favorite word.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
They're not.
No, they're not the same thing.
No, how are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, means direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Like lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and certainly,
causation,
there's
though,
certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that. Mm-hmm. Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I am not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's right. What tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right.
So much cope.
IPV can occur without substance
abuse.
abuse.
He's really trying to qualify all these statements because it completely undermines his assertion.
Substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, absolutely. But again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
and that's equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
Where is this? What is this study?
Yes.
I have no idea, honestly.
Get these numbers, motherfucker.
Gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, right? So we're talking about people
wait a minute.
who don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder an IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Right. But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might.
Right,
so that's all I'm saying.
We're talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking. Right.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line,
right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
There are more.
This has nothing to do with the trial, but I do take issue with that because even though that is true, I feel like that's kind of an overdiagnosis issue sort of thing. Like, oh, 80 or 90% have these traits. It's like, no.
Well, maybe, yeah, yeah, and then, look, if you're gonna use percentages like that, I'm like, where in your disposition is that statistic listed? Do you have a source for that? Like, when people do that, I instantly want to own it on, okay, what's the accuracy of it claim? You can't just throw out, this isn't Dragon Ball Z. You can't throw out 5% and expect me to take it seriously.
Yeah.
Close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are if you're asking me if there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, show studies say that has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
I wonder if the American Psychiatrics Association came out with any kind of statement on Dr. Spiegel.
MDMA.
No idea. Honestly, never checked.
What is it?
I'm sorry, but the pause followed by MDMA.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
what?
What's the
Okay.
normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote-unquote normal dose because, honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom.
What the fuck did he just try to say?
At low dose, you are 100% right. At
No
low
idea.
amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warm to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't
I remember
know
this
what
now.
it's,
I remember the point he's making.
What's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated
I admittedly
with,
don't.
Okay, you can't just say, hey, let me just
Okay,
take
pause
8
it
to
real
10
quick.
pure ecstasy and see what happens.
One of Amber Heard's stories, one of her claims on what caused Johnny Depp to fall into a rage and fucking injure her in a way that only she showed some makeup on it. Anyway, one of it was he took a handful of ecstasy pills, 8 to 10, and just downed them and then just freaking went nuts during this party that they were all having. They were gonna have a coda party and it's all this stuff. But what he's saying is okay, so if you were to take this many pills, do you think you would die? Because yes, you absolutely would. They're just trying to get a medical expert's opinion on hey, the claim that your client is making, the person on your side, is medically impossible, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what this guy's getting on.
Fair.
That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated, no one knows what they're going to. No one has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and stuff we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or
I would say he's also just kind of lying here. It's like nobody knows because it's not regulated. It's like there's lots of stuff that's not regulated that we've done studies on.
Yeah, that people can know. And like, yeah, you can look, I know some crazy ass people who freaking dose to the micrometer. Like they don't fuck around.
Yeah.
And they make sure they have the testing and stuff. To say nobody knows, has any idea, is just incredibly ignorant for any kind of a professional to state.
Yeah. He's basically saying that if it's not legal, science can't be done, and it's like it's not true. Especially because
that's factually untrue.
Especially because we wouldn't even have to test like specific like ecstasy pills. We would test what's in ecstasy and how that affects the human body, and then we would basically scale it up, which we have done in the past with other drugs.
Pretty much.
Mixed with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination. Right. Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel
Yeah,
very well.
barbiturate's just another type of depressant, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon, and the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count?
See what this guy is trying to do. The lawyer is doing, chat.
Yeah.
Is he saying you intentionally tried to make it sound like Johnny Depp was running around trying to buy this illegally when you knew that he had been prescribed it by a doctor?
Yeah. Yeah, good job. That's exactly what this guy's testimony was coloring it as. And this is Johnny Depp Fleur calling that out, basically.
Because it's true. Like, he's trying to paint it as something it wasn't when he knew for a fact.
Yeah, you're coloring it. Yeah, exactly.
Like, you knew that he had been given that by a doctor.
And he's splitting hairs. I love that he mentioned splitting hairs when he's been splitting more hairs than him. It's split on his fucking balding head.
Yeah. You know, guys, when you get to a certain age and your hairline is just that bad, let it go. Go buy a toupee. They sell really good ones
Channel
these
your
days.
inner essence. Yeah, no. Channel your inner Elsa and let it go. Seriously.
Let it go.
But with a razor
that's
instead of
also probably not a good thing. Just because you have prescription doesn't mean that.
Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because you have prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct?
That's not what he's
No, I shouldn't be
asking.
asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing.
Inappropriate.
Unfortunately,
I'm not sure I would have let that go.
So-
He was talking directly to the jury.
Seroquel,
Yeah.
I think you described
I would've,
as a sleeping
objected to
agent
non-responsive.
when used off label.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off label.
When used off label, it's used. I can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
This was a big. Okay, so pause real
There's
quick.
another one of the.
I remember this was something that Spiegel got admonished for, and so did Amber Heard's side, because there was an intentional misrepresentation that Dr. Spiegel made there. That's just like, it was straight up lie.
The vomit thing?
Yeah, the vomit thing was a straight up lie.
Oh, well, fair.
Drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its used?
What's its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture that
Nothing to do with the case necessarily, just a completely side point. But after watching so many small court cases with lots of pro se litigants, it's kind of weird to watch a case where there's an entire legal team going on. You know, multiple people passing notes back and forth, discussing their strategies.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot different to see than a lot of the either small claims or pro se court, where it's just no one's doing this usually, but to see an entire legal team behind this guy as he's cross-examining, freaking just doing stuff, is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's just something it's been a hot minute since I've seen it. Because I didn't really keep up with the Diddy trial. I'm assuming Diddy probably had a big legal team as well.
Well, yeah, and it was federal, so we wouldn't have been able to see
Oh, fair.
any video of it.
Yeah, I didn't keep up with any of the Diddy stuff. All I know is that he got away with everything but the little stuff.
So what happened is he got sexual assault, I believe, or sexual harassment, a bunch of the other things, all the RICO charges he didn't get. And yeah, that's fucking RICO's hard to get to. That's a high standard the state has to meet, and they didn't meet it.
Fair.
there's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
Okay, see what I mean now? How intentionally, misrepresentation.
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates.
Did you know it wasn't that? Well, I was told it was that.
He uses an earpiece.
Yeah, you fucking dick.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, if I remember right, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his lines?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music...
Oh, this is a side point sort of chat. But in part of his testimony, he tried to claim that evidence of Johnny Depp's cognitive decline was while on set for a movie, he had in an earpiece where people were feeding him his lines because he could not remember them. Which first off, he had no way to know that. Like, fucking at all. Johnny
No.
Depp just had an earpiece in.
There was no way to know that.
And he just came
He
up
did
with
have
this.
an earpiece in, and it was what played music. Because he likes listening to music
Yeah.
on set. Obviously, he can't do that with a radio or anything. Fucked up with the audio shit. So he fucking listens and acts along to his music selection. This
Yeah.
has been like he's talked about this like a lot of like back with 21 Jump Street shit.
Yeah.
So like it's
And like even ignoring
Yeah,
that it
it's
was
just really
music,
fucking
he just
disingenuous.
invented this idea that they were feeding him his lines. It could have been anything. It
Yeah,
could have
there
been
was
like a safety
yeah, it
thing.
could, exactly.
It could have been like maybe like they didn't want to shout, maybe it was loud, so they wanted to like be able to tell him stuff very quickly. Like, because the
for
director gives
it could have
direction
been
either
a
way.
direct cuts for the direct exact. Yeah, it doesn't. He just decided to pull it. Oh yeah, they're feeding him his lines. What the hell? What you?
Yeah, there was like
How did you get to that?
he tries to claim that he heard it from someone, and like nobody knows who he heard it from.
Yeah, objection hearsay.
Rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that's
Yo, what?
You see, he changes it
Yeah,
immediately.
you just know he was red. Yeah, because what you just said. I mean, look at Johnny Depp and his other attorney staring at each other. They're going, dude, this guy is fucking unhinged.
Yeah. He just straight lies. He's like, I know he was fed his lines. I mean, I read it somewhere.
That may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the
This is
use
some
of
shade
earpieces are
the
in
attorney
acting.
is throwing. It's pretty good.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
This actually was a fair point, because some of the other ones have been insults, and this one, while it was a bit insulty, it was also him pointing out, you claim that you know nothing about acting, but now you're trying to claim you know the purpose of the earpiece and how common it is for this to happen.
That's exactly why it was brought up or anything. Like this part, like, oh, because you said you're not an actor, you don't know anything about acting, right? And so yeah, this is it's a clever way because it allows him to throw the shade, make the guy look like an idiot while also impeaching his testimony.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit?
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars.
Here's how I know you're lying. Most lectures have a script or a guideline of some sort that they reference as they lecture.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
Most people who give
Absolutely, they
speeches
do.
have a speech written down for them, or at the very least have a guideline. This is very common.
Yeah, no, MLK, he just he thought of that off the cuff. I have a dream. Yeah, he was just shooting with the homies,
Like it's so funny that he says this. He's like, well, if I needed help remembering my lecture, that'd be a sign of cognitive decline. Like, no, because you have a fucking scripted ready to you. It's actually kind of uncommon with how actors do it, how they have to memorize as much as they do, like per scene, which is why they do it in scenes and not all at once, because they can't have like the script directly in front of them. Like, bro, have you ever heard of a teleprompter? Shut the fuck up. Such a lie.
Get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece.
The silence says it all.
Maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
Right. And
oh,
you know where
you should have said that.
Bite the bullet. Just end it.
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
No, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that's acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Holy shit, that was hilarious.
Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
There we go.
A bit. You may want to take a
All right.
Just the Filthy Frank meme. It's time to stop.
Yeah. Yeah, but there you go. There was one of the best cross-examinations I'd ever seen in terms of like an expert witness just destroying themselves.
Oh,
Very little poking and prodding from Cross themselves. He just kind of buried himself.
Oh yeah, it ruined himself. They didn't really have to do all that much. They just asked like some basic questions about his testimony. But I think we made some good points today. I think today was fun. It's kind of nice
Today was a lot of fun.
to get back to like the funny trial stuff because we've been doing a lot of reading and reading makes me tired.
Reading does also make me tired. It's true.
Real quick though, because before we go, I wanted to ask you: have you seen that Stop Killing Games is starting to take off now? It's even got PewDiePie tweeting about it.
I did. I saw it has well over 100,000. It's about 72% full by now. The initiative might actually pass in time.
There's a
Which would
possibility.
just be hilarious to know that as a part of Thor's fucking doubling and tripling doll like a fucking dick. Like, good job, man. You actually got this initiative passed.
Yeah, it's great. I hope it goes through. I obviously can't sign it because
really
the
needs to
European
go
thing
through.
that they're doing right now.
Yeah, we can't sign it, sadly.
So if you are European, remember, go sign the Stop Killing Games initiative. Basically, the concept behind it is they just want to make it so, not that companies have to keep games going in perpetuity, but they have to be designed from the ground up that after they shut down the servers, somebody else could feasibly open up a private server. Which is something that Thor seemed to constantly get wrong in his assessment of it, was he kept trying to say that companies would be forced to leave a permanently online server. No, it was to give the people that bought it enough of the code that they could make their own. At least by the time it shut down, to provide that to them, which I think is completely fair.
Yeah, it's more than fair. It should be the standard, and I hope this is a step in that direction internationally, not just in the European Union.
Yeah. And this was a big complaint he had, and a bunch of his like little followers had as well, was the middleware thing, which obviously the Stop Killing Games initiative guy mentioned the middleware problem. But something I think a lot of people did not realize is if it becomes impossible for companies to use this middleware because they have to have a way to provide the game to players after it's all done, the middleware itself will change. Because no middleware company is going to keep doing that with the same like contracts with companies if they can't make any money off of it.
Yeah.
And I said that one of the replies I got was, but they already have some games and it's not going to apply to games that currently exist. And all I could say back to that was, yeah, sure, the one middleware company in the world is going to just hope that Final Fantasy XIV is going to go on for another 60 years, and they're going to intentionally cut off every other revenue stream just for that. Good luck.
Yeah.
Sure, buddy. That's exactly how that's going to work out in the end. No, they're going to renegotiate their contracts. That's just how that is. It was demanded that a company has an end-of-life plan for game. I mean, that's kind of what an end-of-life plan would look like, though, is people would be able to make a private server out of it.
Yeah, for instance, one of the first games I ever played, I played when it was already, it already reached end of life, and the main server shut down, but the publishers of Tribe's Vengeance, I believe with the name it again, allowed people to actually host their own quote-unquote central server, which allowed the game to be usable again, and had a single player that you could play, but using this method where they just left the architecture open for people to do their own version, the fans who still played the game despite the game no longer being supported made that central server, and that game was still like continued on like I think 5-7 years after that. So
yeah.
Like that's all this initiative is asking, like it be regulated and enforced that games do this. Games just leave that door open. And no, it's not what Thor said where he's like, oh, this would be so hard and you have to give up proprietary code. Oh, and then there's commercialization. No, shut. All that is fucking stupid shit that you can reserve for when the initiative passes, because all an initiative is over there is opening up the gate to the conversation about this kind of end of life game stuff. Like that's all it doesn't actually create a law, it doesn't actually create any enforcement. It's just saying, hey, we need to talk about this. And Thor, for some reason, doesn't think that people get to talk about or should talk about this. And I have a problem with that.
Yeah, it was very dumb of him. And he just won't let it go for some reason either.
He won't. You know what's funny you say that? Louis Rossman posted an hour ago, Stop Killing Games Part 1, so he's on it too.
Yeah. To be fair, Louis Rossman was one of the only people to call out Thor back in the day.
Yeah, he did. He called him way back in when this initiative was first launched.
Yeah, and he pointed out like, yeah, no, Thor, you're wrong on this. Like that's not what it says.
Yeah.
And then part of what Thor got wrong that really annoyed me was he just doesn't understand like legal shit. Which it's one thing to not understand legal shit. It's another thing to like just go out and put your wrong information out into the public constantly because you refuse to learn.
I'm sitting here and I go, wait, what was the guy's name who he said was a lawyer? Hey, we had to take legal action on this guy.
Yeah.
Freaking making my game is freaking yeah, he wasn't even a lawyer. He was some guy who lived in England. Fucking like, dude. Like, you don't know the law. Like, you think you do. Well, you know enough that you know what you did to private parts of Anarchy Studios was not only immoral, it was illegal. Yeah. You have talked about what DMCA abuse can bring in terms of fines and even jail time, and you went and did it anyway.
Because he's dumb.
Because he big dumb.
It's just one of those things that like really annoyed me with all that. And
yeah, I mean, what was that? What was the Doctor Gamer, the psychiatrist, the guy who said that Thor is neurologically incapable of admitting fault here?
yeah. I think my favorite part was before he said that, he almost word for word says something along the lines of, I don't really want to make any comments about you because people are going to take it as an official diagnosis and I don't have anything good to say.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. Dr. K, yeah.
Yeah, he was basically, I don't have anything good to say about you and I don't want to say it out loud because then people are going to treat it as a real diagnosis. But yeah, no, he doesn't like being wrong.
I mean, and here's the thing too. That wouldn't even be a violation of the Goldwater rule because they're having that face to face right then and there.
Yeah.
That's the examination. That's the evaluation. So even see, and that's the level of ethics that somebody should have in this field. Is Dr. K, even though he was ethically greenlit to do this, he didn't want to because it would be taken as a diagnosis because that's what people take psychological opinions as. They take those as diagnoses. So this is what happens. He knows that, and he's like, okay, I'd rather avoid actually doing that. That's the level of ethics that a psychologist should approach this field with.
Yeah. And he was pretty open about it when he said it. He's like, yeah, I don't want to say this because I am a psychologist, and people are going to immediately be like, okay, that's a diagnosis. It's not a diagnosis. And then you get this fucking guy in the Johnny Depp case. He's like, I can say whatever the fuck I want. It doesn't mean anything.
Dude, for real, oh my god, Jesus.
Such a dick.
Do I have to answer that? Yes, you have to answer questions.
I like how long he sat there in silence, too. And then he realized, oh wait,
Dude,
they're actually waiting for an answer.
He was playing with, like, his mouth. You saw he was, like, stroking his mouth and shit?
Yeah.
It was fucking weird.
It's like he thought that it was a rhetorical question. He didn't have to say anything. And he's like, wait, I have to actually reply? Yes,
Yeah,
sir, you do.
That's what happened. Yes, you have to answer the questions.
What do you mean you don't know that you have to answer the question? Like, did the attorney not explain this to you?
I gotta find that documentation. Where they just got the wrong Dr. Spiegel. That's what happened.
If that's true, that's very funny, and I want to see it.
If I don't move, they won't ask questions.
True.
Their questions are based on movement.
They can't see me. I'll be okay.
Oh, Jesus. That was fun.
Oh, it was good. And thank you guys for showing up and hanging out with us. I think it was another good one this week.
It was good.
We'll try and find more fun ones because I don't want to just do like the very serious document analysis. I want to see judges yell at people.
Yeah, no, that'll be every once in a while. Yeah, no, exactly. The judges losing their shit, especially, is really good.
Oh, it's so funny. And chat, you can always send suggestions for stuff in my Discord. I will always look at everything, even if I don't plan on using it. Mostly because I like to see what you guys think is, like, good content. Raid out to somebody, and then you guys can see my wonderful new end screen. Very beautiful. Chat, Lumi or Akko or Dama? Lumi is doing Warhammer, Akko is talking about Ludwig, and Dama is playing The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Can't say yes, I'm only allowed to raid one. YouTube doesn't let me do all of them. Here, I haven't rated Akko because it matches the themes. Sure. Okay, we'll do Akka. But we'll see you guys chat, and I hope you like my new little end screen. But bye, everybody. Want to say bye, Eva?
Goodbye.